Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our August 10th Portsmouth Town Council meeting. Before we get started, I will need to go through the emergency evacuation plan. In the event of an emergency, you can exit out the two side doors or this front door. We would meet across the street at the school administration building and await further instruction. So far, we never had to do that, so I'll stay on track. With that, we will stand for our pledge of allegiance and a moment of silence for our men and women serving in harm's way.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. I'm getting coaching. We are, this is also a live stream meeting, so we do have folks that are participating at home. For those of you that are at home, if you're participating on the Zoom, there's an icon to raise your hand. If you're calling in, you can use your phone. *9 will identify that you have a question. *6 will allow you to mute and unmute your phone. For those of you that participate from remotely or in person tonight, when you come up to the podium, please state your name and address for the town clerk. And with that, we'll begin with our roll call.
Mr. Jukusa? Here. Ms. Abbott? Ms. Meyer?
Here.
Mr. Hamilton?
Here.
Mr. Kelly?
Here.
Dr. Ryan?
Here.
Mr. Edgar?
Here. Okay. I do not have an executive summary tonight. So we'll begin with our consent agenda.
Motion to approve as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Mr. Jukusa? Aye. Ms. Buttermeyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Edgar?
Aye. Passes 6-0. Next, we will be sitting at the Board of License Commissioners. First item is an entertainment license for the Island Park Preservation Society, 21 Beach Street for annual Island Park picnic fireworks at 706 Park Ave on September 5th, 2021, from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Second.
All those in favor?
Mr. Jukusa? Aye. Ms. Buttermeyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Edgar?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. Next, we have peddler's license, local establishment, new, Daniel Congressor, DBA, Grande Comfort, 75 West School Street, Charleston, Mass. For one vehicle. And then there's also Group 21 LLC, DBA Shoes Junkie, PO Box 8569 Cranston, also for one vehicle.
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor?
Mr. Jukusa? Aye. Mr. Buttermeyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Edgar?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. And finally, number 3, thank you for the kilo license. New, Mellows Farm and Flower Center, LLC, 444 Point Lane.
Move to approve. Second.
All those in favor?
Mr. Jukusa? Aye. Mr. Buttermeyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Edgar?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0.
Move to adjourn as the Board of License Commissioners. Second.
All those in favor?
Mr. Jukusa? Aye. Mr. Buttermeyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Edgar?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. Next, we have minutes from our July 26th meeting along with our executive.
Move to approve as presented.
Second.
All those in favor?
Mr. Jukusa? Aye. Mr. Buttermeyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Edgar?
we have tax vouchers, it's for request approval for tax voucher 2021, 8110-01 to 2021, 10-12.
Motion approved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Mr. Jukusa? Aye. Mr. Buttermeyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. On to our town administrator report. Mr. Raymond.
Good evening, Mr. President, Town Council, ladies and gentlemen. First, the Rhode Island Division of Motor Vehicles has announced last week that municipal police departments will resume conducting vehicle identification checks beginning September 1st. VIN checks, as they are commonly known, are a requirement for new registration applications for vehicles being transferred into and registered in Rhode Island. Applicants should bring their original title or a copy of the title if there's a lien on the vehicle, along with the vehicle to the police department for the service. You can find more information about that on the Department of Motor Vehicles website. With respect to the American Rescue Plan, we have received more information and guidance regarding the American Rescue Plan since our last meeting. Some points to consider. First, the state has received the county funds for distribution to Rhode Island cities and towns. The Department of Treasury has put out new guidance on funds for non-governmental counties. But the Rhode Island Pandemic Recovery Office, or RIPRO, has requested more guidance regarding baseline revenue and the way Rhode Island municipalities should be calculating revenue loss, since we do not have county level revenues. So how do you calculate a loss for revenue that you never received? County funds will be paid in 2 tranches, 1 year apart from each other. Additionally, the U.S. Department of Treasury will require periodic reports on how we use the ARP funds, and enforcement's first report will be due October 31st. I stated at the last meeting that public engagement will be required as a part of the program. We have a training session with the Pandemic Relief Office tomorrow, and we will learn more about how to best comply with this requirement during that training. Additionally, we have been reminded that cities and towns are accountable for the funds distributed to parties that they administer, that we administer funds to. A potential example of this could be if the town, for instance, decided to distribute some funds to Portsmouth Water and Fire. They would be considered a sub-recipient. The state is reviewing several risk assessment models to help cities and towns evaluate sub-recipient fund management. And we'll learn more about that in the coming months. And then lastly, with respect to the American Rescue Plan, all cities and towns have again been cautioned not to use these funds to increase fund balances. There is a nuanced predicament that puts us in, however, because cities and towns may not expend all funds in the year that they are received. The Pandemic Relief Office is looking into how to demonstrate that those funds are carried forward to another fiscal year and are not actually used to increase the rainy day fund or the fund balance. This will probably or possibly be done through the use of designated or restricted accounts, but we'll learn more. Last Tuesday, the police department held a national night out. It was a community event held at Sandy Point Beach. The department hosted face painting, lawn games with prizes, and distributed pizza and popcorn, which was donated by local businesses. The evening culminated with an outdoor movie, and from what I hear, a good time was had by all. So thank you to the police department. As a reminder, National Night Out is a nationwide initiative meant to bring the community and the police together to promote positive relations. The event is held yearly on the first Tuesday in August, and our police department has participated in National Night Out since 2014, with the obvious exception of last year due to COVID. And with respect to some fire department news, the police fire department is extremely happy and appreciative for an award of $5,000. It was a grant from the Enforcement Prevention Coalition. That $5,000 combined with an earlier $7,500 award from Enbridge will assist in making our seniors safer in their homes. The money will be used to purchase and install smoke and carbon monoxide detectors, provide home assessments to identify and or correct safety concerns, provide literature which addresses senior living home safety, and provide what's called files for life. That's a place where current medication lists can be kept and assessed in the event of medical emergency, where the emergency medical technicians do not have the ability to find out what medications that patient is receiving. Additionally, we received word from Senator Jack Reed and Congressman Cicilline last Friday that the Prudence Island Volunteer Fire Grant application to receive funding for a new fire engine has been approved. The grant will require a 5% match, which we anticipated in hopes that they would get that grant, and that was included in the capital improvement plan that you approved. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Rich. On to resignations and appointments. First, we have resignations. Design Review Board, we have Brendan Abbott and Cindy Over.
Move to accept the grant. Second.
All those in favor?
Mr. Jukusa? Aye. Mr. Buttermeyer?
Aye.
Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. Next, we have the Juvenile Hearing Board, resignation of Karen Gleason.
Move to accept the grant. Thank Ms. Gleason for her many years of service on that board. Second.
All those in favor?
Mr. Jukusa? Aye. Ms. Abbott? Aye. Sorry. Mr. Buttermeyer?
Aye.
Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. And from the Solid Waste Recycling Committee, Ms. Caroline Gill.
Move to accept the grant. And second.
All those in favor?
Mr. Jukusa? Aye. Mr. Buttermeyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. And now we have appointments for the Prudence Island Planning Commission. It's a reappointment of Christopher Brown and Brett Stevens.
Move to approve both. Second.
All those in favor?
Mr. Jukusa? Aye. Mr. Buttermeyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. Okay. Right along to old business, discussion action. First item, PGA Architecture Group, presenting the analysis of the Ann Hutchinson building. Mr. Hvac and Mr. G. Brown.
EGM. Good evening, Council President and members of the Council. My name is Mark Zolotsky. I reside at 13 Half Mile Road in the town of Barrington. Andy, who I'll be introducing in a moment, and I represent CGA Project Management. I am on the OPM, the Owners Program Management side, and Andy is a registered and licensed architect within the state of Rhode Island. I've been fortunate enough to be selected to work with the town for several years now, having overseen the construction of the new police station, performed feasibility studies, and on this latest assignment to discuss regarding the Ann Hutchinson building located at 110 Bristol Ferry Road. Based on all the signs on my way into town and the news stories that I've seen, I know that this project is emotional. I'd like to just let you know that they all are. But we're here to present our observations and findings, like facts, regarding our existing facilities condition study. There are several noted deficiencies, and we'll be presenting them in the order and the level of importance, and to the extent of appropriate construction sequencing. Our review admitted, for the most part, cosmetic improvements. Rather, our efforts were focused on life safety, health, occupant comfort, and accessibility considerations. Now, I think we all know that this building was not purpose-built as a senior center, and at least part of it is nearly 100 years old, and it has suffered from significant deferred maintenance. And so it has a number of deficiencies, which Andy will delve into in a moment. But in sequence, within the presentation, our fire safety, a new fire suppression system is required. We have long-term roof leaks that may be impacting the structural integrity of the pre-stressed concrete plank and creating and contributing to unhealthy air quality. We have building envelope failures leading to water intrusion at multiple locations, and we've observed deterioration of bearing walls. Relative to mechanical systems, some of the units are antiquated, and we don't necessarily have adequate makeup air or fresh air, which and a lot of the current airflow is drawing from the bathroom and second floor, which impacts the environmental health of the entire building. We have concerns over hazardous materials with the boiler, floor tiles, some ceiling tiles, and other systems within the building that contain potentially hazardous materials, including asbestos, lead, and potentially other hazardous materials. There are accessibility issues. Our report identifies all of the required improvements in order to enable compliance with state accessibility guidelines. Further, there are material and finish improvements that are required in order to address floor slab settlement, fire-rated wall enclosures, flame and smoke spread of existing materials, and a number of other material and wall finish issues. Plumbing, there are accessibility issues. There's a lack of fixture count, and also we have dry traps and sewer gases that are permeating throughout the building. And finally, we have required site improvements to direct water away from the building to prevent ponding in walk paths and parking lot area, and to address failed swales. Again, the information that we're providing is so that the town can make an assessment how best to utilize this resource and your resources. We're providing facts and information so that you're informed of the issues and challenges with this existing structure. Now I'd like to introduce Andy DiGiamo, who will talk and delve into the details.
Thank you, Mark.
Andrew DiGiamo, 4 Causeway Road, Somerville, Massachusetts. Council President and members of the council, thank you for this opportunity to come before you tonight. So before I get into it, I just want to talk to you quick about a holistic, sustainable solution. As we do with all the buildings we're involved with, this is part of a whole design that unifies the whole building. This will keep us from putting any good money to bad over a poor system or a system that's in poor condition. It will also, as you'll see go on, it will also order the construction process so that if we're going to install a new system, there may be something that is needed to do before that in order to install that system. An example would be if new HVAC was needed, an electric service upgrade would be needed before that. So we look at a holistic approach, which includes accessibility, energy efficiency, indoor air quality, life cycle cost analysis, green building products and strategies, life safety, and low maintenance. So the existing building characteristics, the original 4-room schoolhouse was built in 1928, received an addition in 1951. The original 4-room schoolhouse is 2.5 stories. The 51 addition is 2 stories. The 4-room schoolhouse is hollow clay brick tile with a brick veneer and wood framing members on top of that. Would be considered a type 3B with the building code. The 1951 edition is construction type 1B. It's concrete bearing walls, what was called cinder block back then, with 8 by 16-inch pre-stressed concrete plank floors, also known as FlexiCore. There is not a complete fire separation between the original 4-room schoolhouse building and the addition. Therefore, the whole building would be considered the construction type of the schoolhouse, which is a hollow clay block, bearing walls, and wood frame construction. The former use and occupancy was mixed-use education, Group E, with an assembly group A3, the former what they call the common room in the schoolhouse, which is a cafeteria really and an auditorium. The current occupancy classification would be mixed-use business, civic administration, and educational occupancies for students above the 12th grade, and the assembly group A3 remains in the dining area and the dance floor. The building is not sprinkled, but does have a fire alarm system. It's an addressable notifier system connected to the town with a radio box. And in the building now is a 200-point panel. The building area, the total gross area of the building is 7,011 square feet. Basically, the original four-room schoolhouse and on the first and second floor was about 9,000, and the 51 addition was about 11,000. Combined, it made about almost 10,000. Combined, they make about 17,000 square feet altogether, first and second floor. For this, I'll give you a summary of the report. I've broken it down into 10 categories, and each category has a trigger point. In other words, why do you have to do this next step? And it also want to talk about what would happen prior to that category, what would have to happen. So the current building does not have a sprinkler system, and the state fire marshal is requiring that a new system be installed before the assembly uses can be used again. A flow test was performed, and it's determined that 6-inch diameter service could be installed on the south side of the building, coming off Brownell Lane, and a new fire sprinkler room could be located on the southwest corner of the building, adjacent to the dance floor. But however, there's many things that would need to be associated with this fire sprinkler system. You could not just go in and install a fire sprinkler system. You would need some drywall soffits. You would need to remove some materials that cannot go underneath or above the sprinkler system, such as existing 12x12 cellulose tiles that would simply stapled to the ceilings above to keep them from falling down and to keep the cellulose insulation from falling down. Those would have to be removed, and some soffits would have to be built just so that the windows go almost to the ceiling in the existing school. You would need to build some drywall soffits to accept this new system so that you wouldn't cover up the system with the new drop system ceiling that is needed. The current fire alarm system is in need of some upgrades. The Hornstrow pool stations mounted at the wrong heights and long locations, and some additional ones are needed, and some new smoke detectors will be needed with a new HVAC system that will be located in the ductwork. And at the same time, as you'll see in a photo I'll bring up next, you have old fluorescent lighting throughout this whole building. That would need to be taken down with a new acoustical ceiling to accept the new sprinkler systems, and you certainly wouldn't put those type of fixtures back. You replace with new efficient LED fixtures. Some photos here. The left is the existing fire alarm panel. In the next to the right, that photo shows a typical classroom ceiling. You can see that some of the ceilings have fallen down. I believe that would have been caused before the new shingle roof was put on the building, on that portion of the building, and they stapled some 12x12 cellulose tiles over that, which you can see in that next photo. These tiles could not remain above a new sprinkler systems. They would have to come down and be replaced with drywall. You can see that there's wood paneling that's been applied to the walls over the years to hide where the plaster was coming apart. These could not remain exposed. You cannot keep that exposed in this type of building because of flame spread and smoke envelopment. And that photo is just a close-up of the ceiling, which shows these fluorescent lights, which would need to be changed out at the same time. And the ceiling tiles, which would need to come down. You can see in that last photo, you can see between the old wood lath, you got the new wood lath, which is appearing to be a brownish orange. But the old wood lath, you can see the cellulose falling down through the cracks. That's the cellulose insulation blown in on top. That just falls to the floor. Item number 2, the building envelope. So a building envelope upgrade is needed, and the trigger is water and air infiltration into the building materials, creating structural damage and indoor air quality issues. Water is getting driven into the brick veneer, and the walls are wet in there, and the brick veneer is coming apart in some areas. The 7-pitch original schoolhouse roof has recently received new asphalt, architectural asphalt shingles, and is fine. However, the low slope 1951 edition has ballasted EPDM, or black rubber roof on top. And it's only a 45 mil roof, and quite thin for that application. And it is coming apart at the seams. I've been up there when it's raining, and I've uncovered some of these seams. It's leaking into the insulation. Insulation is wet, which means you would have to believe, I didn't dare pull up the insulation, but it would lead me to believe that the plank is getting wet. And I can also see the stains from underneath when I either remove ceiling tile or go into the rooms that doesn't have ceiling tile. So the concrete plank is getting wet, and there's substantial leaking there's one skylight, a large skylight in the 1950s edition. There's substantial leaking there. The day I was there were buckets out catching the rain. And it also leaks at all the chimney penetrations. There's 2 turbine roof vents, which are inactive, that used to bring some fresh air into the 51 area. And the stone ballast, so right now it's EPDM. They put the stone ballast for the old built-up system. That has to be removed when a new roof is put on due to the International Building Code and your proximity to the water in a high wind area, because that ballast tends to blow off in a storm. Should be replaced with a product like a 60 mil white TPO membrane, which would be a white reflective surface rather than a black absorptive surface, and would perform fine on a building like that. The roof drains are original and need to be replaced. They're an original cone type, and they can't handle the amount of water that's going to them. It puddles and ponds on top of there. There's some pictures. There's the old skylight and the old turbines that no longer work. There's a roof drain, which you can see. It's a moderate rain, but you can see that's not even close to keeping up, and it's backing up. And there's one of those open seams. If you look at that seam, you can almost see the orange peeking through. That's the orange of the insulation, which would just be getting wet at this point. The envelope. So let's talk about the walls of the old building. The existing walls of the schoolhouse are hollow clay blocks with 4-inch brick veneer. The mortar is failing significantly in the north, east, and west sides of the building. Needs to be repointed. On the south side of the original schoolhouse, there was a very nice repointing job that was done recently, and those are in good conditions. The R value that could be assigned to such a wall is approximately 3. The exterior walls of the 51 edition consist of 8-inch concrete block, or cinder block as it would have been called in those days, as well with a 4-inch brick veneer. The exterior walls of the addition do not have continuous insulation, as would be done with any masonry building nowadays. That would of how it would get its insulation, and there's no interior finishes applied. So I'm going to have to assume that there is no insulation in the cores of those blocks. I did see some holes that were drilled. If the insulation was poured in, such as a vermiculite, it would pour out freely if a hole was drilled. But some destructive testing would have to be done to determine this. All signs point to is not there. That would give it an R value of approximately 1.55. The brick mortar on the 51 edition needs to be repointed. The most efficient way to increase the R value and performance of the exterior wall, to provide a means for running new electrical circuits, would be to build another wall on the inside of all the exterior walls. That would allow you to run some new electrical, insulate, get an effective vapor barrier and chipboard, and you wouldn't have to destroy any of the exterior. The steel lentils over the windows and doors, both in the original schoolhouse and the 51 edition, are rusted, showing signs of deterioration, need to be cleaned, repaired, and painted. Here's some photos. Here's what I'm talking about with the masonry veneer. You can see a pretty typical failure at the lentils, where masonry has the ability to corbel or it can corbel and support itself. They form little overhangs at each course. So you can see that typical cracking pattern that's going on the veneer, which certainly needs to be repointed, and anything loose needs to be secured. You can see a rusted lintel in both the first and the second photo and the third. You can catch the corner of it in the first one, and you can see half of a rusted lintel in the middle. Continue with the envelope. The windows, all the windows have been replaced with residential type vinyl windows within the last 15 years. That's the only records I can find of it. They're in good working order. No action is necessary at this time. However, After a thorough review of the energy code has been performed, which should be done before any HVAC system is designed, it may be determined that the existing replacement windows do not meet current code. This cost would come out of a contingency that I built into our opinion of probable cost, which we'll get back to. The exterior doors in the east lobby are the original doors from 1951, need to be replaced. They were undersized in height and require a structural modification in order to raise the height of them. They also are lacking the proper closes, and they would need an automatic button to open for accessibility codes. The ceiling insulation. The insulation of the original schoolhouse is currently insulated with 7 inches of cellulose. The R value of this is approximately 22. The cellulose insulation should be vacuumed out and replaced with 7 inches of closed spray foam. That's only because nothing really wrong with the cellulose except it gets everywhere and it's hard to contain, and you do need more R value, so you wouldn't want to put anything over that. The 51 edition has continuous insulation on the exterior of the roof and underneath the rubber membrane. As part of a TPO membrane replacement, all that insulation should be replaced. We recommend 2 layers of 2.5, so you could overlap any joints, have no cold joints, and get an R value of continuous R value of R32. To give you an example, right now the upstairs is not conditioned at all, and I was there on a day when it was between 63 and 68 degrees while I was there, and at 1:17 p.m. An old thermostat upstairs, an old Mercury thermostat, which they're very accurate, was reading 78 degrees upstairs, with everything downstairs 70 degrees. So what's happening is you're having this big plume of unconditioned air on the second floor that just sits over the first floor. It has a profound effect on the efficiency of the HVAC system and the air quality throughout the building. Photos to the left is that blown in cellulose in the attic of the original schoolhouse. The middle shows how what they've done is above drop ceilings in the assembly areas. There's a blanket of fiberglass that is just laid over the, is laid on top of the acoustical ceiling tile. And it doesn't offer much protection, especially that type of insulation, especially with the way it lays, does nothing for the transmission of air. It gets pulled right through. That the photo on the right shows the plank, the precessed concrete 8x16 planks bearing on the cinder block. Electrical. The trigger for this would be a new HVAC system. The existing building is currently powered with a 400 amp, 122/40 volt single phase electric service. This will be upgraded before a new HVAC system that would be proper for a building of this size could be installed. Also, it would be needed for an elevator, which once the second floor is finished, you would have to service that with an elevator. You couldn't keep people from not using that second floor. The HVAC system is needed to improve the efficiency, comfort, and the indoor air quality of the existing building. The existing building needs to be replaced with a 600 amp 3-phase electrical service, either fed from overhead or underground, and located in that southwest corner, that same southwest corner where there's some room, there's some storage room where the old coal bin and the old furnace used to be. Right now it's used for mostly chair storage. It's the southwest corner of the assembly area. Could be located over there, and it could come overhead. New power distribution and lighting controls will be needed in the new exterior walls constructed during the envelope phase listed above. There's the existing service. You see the existing panels. That's where the 400 amp service comes in. The middle photo is some fuses in the 1951 edition. They ran sub panels, and those are on fuses up top. And the right photo shows the 51 edition with the vintage fluorescent lighting that's still in place, exposed. I want to introduce this concept to you so you can get an overall understanding, which is very important in this building as far as the HVAC goes. Currently, there's exhaust fans in this building that exhaust air, but don't have any means for bringing in fresh air. So every time they come on, it just pulls air from wherever it can. This diagram shows the original schoolhouse, the 4-room schoolhouse with the pitched roof, and then to the right of it the 51 addition. The first part is 2 stories, the second part is 1 story. Only part of it has a second story. So the fans that are located in this building there's one original fan from the 51 addition. That sits on top of the roof, right in the middle section there. You can see the 2 red arrows in the center. That fan is still operational. It's controlled by a switch down in the ladies' room on the 1st floor. The other fans, there's a large fan installed over the ceiling of the thrift shop, which that's the furthest one to the right that shows the 2 arrows exhausting out. That's over the thrift shop and is ducted in to both the ladies and the men's room on the 1st floor. So all the air is pulled out of the ladies and the men's room on the 1st floor, and 2 abandoned toilet rooms on the 2nd floor, which still have an active vent. Over to the left, the other fans are in the building are in the men's and women's room, the newest restrooms that are off the dining area of the kitchen. Each has a residential type fan in their system, which exhausts air. So there's a significance to the color of these arrows. When these fans are turned on, let's say in the winter, this would be, the cold air is drawn in through the envelope wherever it can. That'd be those blue arrows. Then it mixes with the air inside as those purple arrows. It's mixed in, it's pulled into these 4 fans, and then the red is where it exhausts out, the building heat. The only controls here are a switch to control the one on the roof, and there's a timer which controls the fan above the thrift shop. It's a mechanical timer, an old Intermatic mechanical timer that you could set to come on and off on certain parts of the days. You have no control over the fresh air coming into this building. These fans kick on, pulls it from wherever, and the only time they can come on is if a switch is flipped or if the timer is set. So the HVAC system is a combination of fin tube radiation and fan coil units fed by 2 existing gas-fired boilers for heat and 2 5-ton split air handlers in the assembly area, and then with a combination of inverter heat pumps and conventional residential window type units for air conditioning. Currently, the only fresh air is just as I explained, so I didn't need to go into that. 2 boilers are gas-fired and are relatively new, actually nice boilers and very well installed. The boilers feed fin tube radiation located on the outside walls of the 51 addition and the 4 fan coil space heaters. So in the old part of the building, they have some old fan coils where the hot water is piped from the boilers to coils, and then a fan comes on and kicks it out. One kicked on when I was there, and it's extremely noisy. It would certainly disrupt any kind of meeting that was going on in the space. The inverter heat pumps, these are new units that are located in the administration office and the thrift shops. You've all seen these now. They mount on the wall, and it's a split system with a compressor outside, which work well, but they do nothing about fresh air. They just heat the space they're in. The dining auditorium area is cooled by 2 5-ton split residential type air handlers. These are located inside. One is in the stairwell, and the other one is in the door that leads to outside, where you have to go up to get a ramp out. A residential type system, again, brings in no fresh air, just comes on and off by a thermostat. The original cast iron radiators located on the 2nd floor have been disabled, and there is currently no heating or cooling on the 2nd floor. All the plumbing on the 2nd floor has been disabled due to the lack of heat. Just has been disconnected. There's open traps up there that should be dealt with sooner rather than later. The only thing that would keep the sewer gas from coming back is these traps being wet, and there's no provisions for that I can see up there. We already talked extensively about the fans. The toilet rooms in the 51 addition are exhausted by those 2 different fans we talked about. And there's transfer grills in the door. There's 10 by 12 transfer grills in both the men's and the women's room. That allows the fans to pull the air from the whole building, was the thinking. With all fans running in total, the total volume of air within the envelope could be exchanged in less than 2 hours, which there's no exchange going on here. In other words, you don't have an ERB or an HRB. So you can imagine what this would do to that building on a 10-degree night or a very warm, moist day. You're not recovering any of the energy of the air going out, just pulling it out and then trying to reheat. So here's some pictures of that top left corner. I like that picture. That's a vintage 1950s fan coil unit. Haven't seen one of those in a long, long time. The center picture is a newer inverter unit, heat pump type unit. You might know them as. Below that is the 2 gas-fired boilers, very well done and new. There's a woman's room with the grill I was talking about. And below that is one of the residential type HVAC units. This is the one that's located in the egress there, off the assembly area. Go back there for 1 second. I want you to note that picture on the bottom left. You see those black lines above that window? That's signs of where it's trying to pull air wherever it can when those fans come on. So you can see that any crack to the building, it's pulling the air through, and you can see the air has left its mark. Potential hazardous materials, not overly concerning here, but there are some things that should be tested immediately before any construction started and disposed of properly. All of the composition floor tiles, the 9x9 ones need to be tested and disposed of. Most likely they're 9x9, there'll be asbestos within the tile itself and in the glue. So anything that's glued down to will have to be checked. The 12x12 cellulose ceiling tiles need to be disposed of. They should be checked, but it'd be highly unlikely that there's any asbestos in there. The existing fire separation doors between the original schoolhouse that were installed in 1951. Seen these doors many times. It's typically asbestos within the cause of those doors. Right now, they're not being used for fire separation. They're just open all the time. These are just, this is just a start. One of the first steps is, a professional testing company should be brought through to do a full analysis of what should be tested. There's a 9x9 tiles throughout the building. There's the old boiler. You can see that they stripped the asbestos coating on the outside, but they left the boiler there, didn't open it up. You should certainly check the inside for that, and that boiler should go. And there's one of those old warehouse or fire doors, and it's labeled. Accessibility issue. The trigger point here would be a second floor finish, which would have to be done for the reasons I said before. And you'd want to do this, take care of these issues before materials and finishes are upgraded. There's many accessibility issues throughout the building. There's numerous steps right in front of rooms, like one step to go up to get into a room, such as the kitchen and toilet rooms on the first floor. The main entry is not accessible, and the existing chairlift that's located on the 1951 stair in the main entry is not code compliant. You cannot use a chairlift to go up a stair in a public building. So the existing second floor cannot remain unheated and unoccupied. You can't just leave it there. So the accessibility issues will have to be solved. There are several ramps within the building. The 3 ramps that transition from the old schoolhouse to the 51 addition conforms as it relates to slope. However, there is issues with the sizes of the landings and the handrails. The ramp that is part of the egress system from the existing auditorium located in the west vestibule slopes more than 2 feet, 2 feet in a 14-foot horizontal run. This is a hazardous condition that should be noted. There's an egress door from the existing dance floor. And they built a ramp to get out of there, but the ramp is more than double the pitch that's allowed. Doesn't have the proper handrails, and it doesn't have a landing at the top and the bottom, and is also quite a slippery surface that could be a real hazard if they had an egress in a fire. That would need to be that should be addressed immediately. The other ramps within the building that don't go to the exterior, just transition the different levels of the building. The slope is okay, just needs some railings. 2 existing stairs, they conform to the current code regarding width, riser height, and tread depth. However, they do not comply with current building codes regarding handrails, fire ratings. If the building's sprinkled, they need to be rated for 1 hour. If it's not sprinkled, they need to be rated for 2. And there's objects within the stair which is not allowed, such as an HVAC unit, like we talked about before. These need to be taken out. There is only one entrance required egress that is handicap accessible. So right now, from that assembly area, that ramp that doesn't comply, that's hazardous, only leaves really one means of egress, one accessible means of egress out of that assembly area, which needs to get taken care of. We already talked about the front door. The handicap parking space is located across the parking lot from where they enter. This would typically want to be changed so that a handicapped person getting out of their vehicle does not have to cross the busy lane of traffic when they're getting at. There are currently 4 toilet rooms located on the first floor of the existing building, or that all of them are only partially compliant with accessibility codes and guidelines. While grab bars and accessible fixtures have been provided, the clearances at stalls and doorways do not conform to standards. There's some pictures of the first on the left is the interior ramp from the 51 lobby, transitioning down to the floor level of the assembly spaces of the 28 school building. There is a 1951 stair, which should be rated. So you can see on the left of that stair, that's the track where the chairlift would ride, which is not code compliant. The next photo is that non-compliant ramp that is too steep, that leads out of the assembly area and does not have platforms at the top and the bottom. And the last photo is the main entry. I think it's clear that that is not accessible. Materials and finishes. Most of the carpet and resilient flooring on the first floor will need to be replaced within the next 3 years. The complete second floor will need new flooring when that space is renovated. The acoustical ceilings have already been addressed with the fire protection. The wood product paneling covering the existing walls must be removed. It would not conform to current codes due to combustibility and smoke envelopment. The majority of the walls need to be touched up and painted. The existing stairways need to be enclosed with a new 1 hour fire-related enclosure walls. Again, this is assuming that the building was sprinkled in category 1. The existing concrete slabs on the first floor of the 51 addition have settled substantially. The most substantial settlement has occurred in what is used as a library lounge area in the southwest corner of this room, where the floors have settled as much as 2 inches in 8 feet. Testing should be performed to be sure that the settlement was initial settlement and will not continue, and the floor should be infilled when the condition is confirmed to be stable. The existing second floor concrete topping on top of the 8x16 concrete planks has substantial cracks in various areas. There's that paneling again. You can see the acoustical ceiling, which you can see it bowing a bit from moisture, and that's the 1928 stair, which the width, rise of height, and tread is okay, but the handrails and the landings and the fire rating are not. Plumbing upgrades. What would trigger this would be the second floor finish and accessibility issues. It has to be done prior to the plumbing. The plumbing rough should be performed prior to the materials and finishes that we'll put on. The existing toilet room on the first floors are functional and only need accessibility modifications just above. We need, by code, you need 1 drinking fountain on both the first and second floor, and the toilet rooms on the second floor just need to be completely demolished, as they've already been disabled, but everything was just left in place. The new electric water heaters will have to be provided to service these new toilet rooms, and the existing kitchen contains a 3-bay sink and a dishwasher that appear to drain towards the east front or east side of the building. I could not verify from any documents or the covers on site where the grease trap is, but that will have to be verified. There's an example of the plumbing fixtures on the second floor. You can see that they were just disconnected and abandoned in place. That's a 3-bay sink in the middle. You can see it where it leaves the building out the front of the building. And that's one of the bathrooms in the 50s edition that's been renovated, but only partially complies with accessibility issues. Structure. The trigger is this visible evidence of some failure. This should be checked out before any construction begins. The original schoolhouse is performing quite well structurally, at least when you look at it visually. The only main concern would be the 4-inch veneer brick on the side, which we already discussed. That needs to be addressed immediately, because you know that's allowing water to get into the walls on the inside. The building still has its original wood frame, except for some steel girders, which we used on the first floor to get a big span for what they call their common room or their auditorium. All the rest is wood. The 1951 edition is a different story. It was constructed with CMU, concrete masonry unit bearing walls, or as they called it back then, cinder block, that support 8 by 16-inch pre-stressed concrete planks. Concrete planks span in one direction and are used for both the floor and the roof framing. The addition is exhibiting signs of substantial settlement, particularly where the addition meets the original schoolhouse. The settlement has caused cracking to occur in both the CMU walls and some of the concrete plank itself. The settlement and cracking is substantial enough to warrant further testing and any restorative action that may be necessary. You can see that there's a CMU bearing wall. You can see a typical failure that the building is experiencing. The middle photo is inside a closet on the second floor. You can see about halfway in the photo, there's a substantial crack that's almost an inch deep, and the floor has settled in that same direction. And that's that corner I talked about where the floor settled substantially. You can see that the wall is trying to settle, but some cobbling is going on to try to correct itself. So there's that classic cobbling masonry cracking pattern. Site improvements. The trigger of this is the draining issues. The on-site waste treatment system, or the OWTS, is undocumented with the state of Rhode Island and DEM. A search for records was unsuccessful. The system was last inspected on June 21st, 2019, at which time no failures or deficiencies were reported. A copy of the OTS inspection was available at the time of this report. The construction of the OWTS consists of a concrete tank with leaching trenches. It is not within 200 feet of a coastal feature and is not within 50 feet of a storm drain, which would mandate its replacement in a certain amount of time. It is functioning with current occupant loads and would not have to be replaced unless a major project was carried out and the occupant load was increased, which a major project would trigger a replacement. The location of the grease trap, as I mentioned before, could not be verified, but would need to be done. So you need to know where that's going and how that grease is being handled. There is a ponding issue in the parking lot that must be corrected. The east side of the building is approximately 3 feet lower than the Bristol Ferry Road, and the runoff from the impervious parking lot flows in sheets straight towards the building. The swale formed into the paving attempts to route the water towards the north. However, the grading is not sufficient and substantial ponding occurs at the northeast corner of the building. The site lighting is accomplished with wall packs attached to the building. These will need to be upgraded for both efficiency and safety. The asphalt paving is in poor condition, needs to be replaced. There's just some photos. I was there on a day where it was not raining hard, as you can see by the sky, but you can see that ponding that already started to occur and that swale that can't get the building, that can't get the water around the building. The roof drains on the low slope roof, they are not internal and they go to external downspouts and they all dump in that area of that low area of the swale. That's what that middle photo is showing. I could not verify what that tank cover is for right there. That would have to be further investigated. The back is the sewer manhole cutters for the existing system, and that's what you see in that photo. So opinion of cost summary. So we developed an opinion of cost summary. Now this is based on exactly what it says, an opinion of cost through our building analysis, which consisted of site visits, building measurements, drawings, and calculations. These numbers should be used for immediate planning purposes only. In other words, what's the next step? You cannot, in order to get accurate construction numbers, you would have to fully develop a set of contract documents and specs and have that bid out. However, I assigned a cost to each 10 of those categories we talked about. So all those are the 10 categories above that first horizontal line in the middle of the page. That'd be what I would call the hard costs, which come out to $3,525,851.50. Now below that are some soft costs, be it contractor overhead, profit, insurance bonds, and general conditions. Would be in the range of 25%. That's another $881,400. $463. The professional design fees, in order to prepare the documents I just talked about, would be in the order of $352,585. OPM fees to oversee the projects, $162,353. And at this level, typically assign a 20% design and unforeseen condition contingency. That 20% comes out to $705,170. Now, as you did your design documents, you would chisel that contingency down to between 5 and 10%. But at this broad stroke, you would typically carry a 20% design and unforeseen conditions. And adding 5.5% for escalation, if the project wasn't done immediately and went on over a couple of years, that'd be another $193,992. So our opinion of project cost for what was just described in the summary of our report would be $5,775,000, $5,775,344.50. That is just to bring us up to a building that is safe, healthy, and meets the minimum code standards. There's much more that could be done to the building, cosmetically, or just improvements, but this would make it a viable building. Thank you. Any questions? I tried to get a lot in 20 minutes. I probably went over them.
We got a lot in. We got. Thank you. Yes. Any questions from counselors?
So it's a very thorough assessment of the condition of the building. I appreciate you guys don't really taking over every stone and through every closet and really tearing it apart and really.
I really appreciate the way that you bring up the fact that the building is a unit. You can't just address part of it without ignore the rest of it. The air is coming into the used part of the building, the unused parts of the building, where water is seeping in, where mold is growing, but there's no ventilation. It looks from your presentation of this, that all it would not really make this building viable. All this room needs to be done.
Yes, and again, this is based on the code, which is one minimum requirement for a healthy, safe building. And yeah, you cannot leave this large unfinished area, which is showing, the ceilings have fallen already, installations fallen through, wooden members exposed to fire. You can't just sprinkle a lower area of the building and leave the space unconditioned. I don't have
The Jacobs report that we commissioned a while ago, the numbers that they came up with, I like to put all together, showing how all of these needs are kind of interconnected in this sort of parts of the really appreciate the presentation. Very much.
Question, so even if you did $6 million in work for investing, you would not have a yard building, you would just barely be looking at that.
No, right, because, and just picture this, the building occurs on different levels. So as you can see, you come in the front door of the main entry, you immediately have to go down 2 steps to get to the next level. That you can't really change, because if you fill to that level, you wouldn't have enough headroom, and then you would have too steep of a ramp to get to the next level. So there is no easy solution here. There'd be quite a bit of work to do once you figure that out. And once you did develop that second floor, now you have to construct an elevator. You have to figure out where that is and how it relates to the entry. So yeah, there's a lot of things. You would not have a new state-of-the-art building.
Good question as well, and all good comments. And I think, part of it is the building itself has limitations, just from some of the constraints. You mentioned the entrance, you got to come in and step down. On the back side of the building, you have to leave the dining area.
The dance floor.
The dance floor, you actually have to go upstairs to get out of the building.
Yeah, they turn that into a ramp.
Right, so the building itself has some, definitely has some limitations. I wise inside the building. And renovating and upgrading, you're still dealing with, a very old structure, that we have to take into consideration. It doesn't include, if you try to build it out for that second floor, try to make it viable things. So this is, I don't think it's a surprise to some of us that the building will require, extensive upgrades, costs associated with that. I think this is very helpful to kind of organize it for us and identify, the different elements. There have, obviously, I think Mark has on it. This has been a hot topic. There's been a lot of question marks, and I hope that some of this information can help convey the message and the extent of these renovations and why they're needed. So thank you for putting this together and organizing it in a way that's very easy to follow. Any other questions?
Just a comment for all of our counselors, apparently our microphones aren't working quite as well, so we really need to speak it. Andy's mic is working great. We need to speak into ours a little bit. And I will ask the person who typed that and see if this is better.
Did you see that?
Okay. Are there any questions, any comments? Yeah. Sure, come on up.
Hi, Tom Reed, 110 Sarah Drive. That really is an in-depth study of the building. It shows just how far the council and administration has let this building deteriorate over the years. It's also important to note that much of what Compass found was not mentioned in the Jacobs report. I hope Jacobs did not miss that much in the other buildings that they looked at. Both speakers said they were working for the town. I'm a little confused about that. The MOU says in part, at its sole expense, Church Community Housing Corporation will hire such parties as may be necessary or beneficial to conduct preliminary surveys and cost estimates as may be necessary for the development of properties. The town was never going to do anything on the second floor and so forth. Why did the town hire? And I assume they did.
Disagree. That's, I understand your comment. This was something that we as a council voted on early on when we were questioning the costs for sprinklers and things like that. The council, without any discussions with the church community, offered that we were going to have an evaluation of the building done so that we could share that information with the friends of the senior center who had ideas about doing private fundraising to repair the building. And the numbers were going in all over the place. And we said, we couldn't make any decisions without getting more concrete information. So this report wasn't to offset anything being done by church community. This is something that can be shared with church community. I'm pretty sure church community probably has done their own assessment of the building as well. So this is not something that was being done to church community benefit. We as a council voted to do this and share that information with friends of the senior center. It's part of the discussion, if I recall correctly, in a meeting several months ago. So we made it known early on that we were going to do this so that we could get some independent costs for what the potential cost of the building renovation could be, just so we as a council would know. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Rand?
That's absolutely correct. All that makes a lot of sense, but you made your decision before you got the report.
Made our decision for what?
The MOU. You've made the decision as to how you're going. The MOU is signed. You signed it. I understand your point. I just want you to understand that it would have been logical in my mind anyway, to get the report and then make your decision. Not make your decision and have the report come in.
I'm not sure.
Maybe
Maybe it's just me. We didn't make any predetermined decision. We were trying to get an independent assessment of the building, so that we could have that information to share with, for the council to know, but also to share that information with friends of the senior center that was providing costs for an MOU that they were trying to present to us.
Thank you. Just a question here, and it could be Andy or one of the other. And you can give me a general ballpark, but what would be the cost estimation just off the top of your head of tearing it down and replacing the building? What ballpark?
So to answer your question, currently, a building of this nature with an assembly space and the meeting rooms is generally currently running in the neighborhood of about $500 to $550 per square foot. So if you were looking at a 10,000 square foot building, you could use those cost metrics. A bigger building, based on the economy of scale. As Andy pointed out, there's an awful lot that we don't know. The demolition of the existing building, how much hazardous materials, the replacement on-site wastewater treatment system, and any other improvements to the infrastructure, electrical, connectivity to the community could impact those costs. But those are our current cost metrics today. Not to say that next year or the year after that won't have to escalate.
Roughly replace 10,000 square footage of it, you're looking at about $5 million plus demolition costs.
Correct.
They're currently operating out of about 10,700 square feet. That doesn't include the second floor.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
David Thomas.
Hi, Caitlin Thomas, 90 Bristol Ferry Road, Portsmouth, Rhode Island. I obviously live next door to the senior center and I have a couple of concerns. Obviously, the senior center is in disrepair, that's no question. I think the biggest question we have is, will this be a voting topic in November?
We do have an item, number 3 under old business. We'll be bringing that up, but that's after our next presentation.
Go ahead.
The short answer is yes. Yes.
Okay, so this whole project, community housing, the senior center, all the costs, everything is going to be a question in November so that people will be able to make the final decision.
The church community presentation and the church community discussion will be in November. This information here is just independent information for us to understand the extent of work that would be needed at the current building, for the current Ann Hutchinson School building.
Okay, so could you please explain to me how the question will be posed in November? Like, will it be asked, can they move forward, or can they move forward in such a way, or?
I'm gonna put the cart before the horse, but the question for November is whether it would be for the voters to allow the town council to enter into a long-term a transfer of property in accordance with section 912 of the charter, which essentially comes down to a long-term lease of the property. Yeah, that's what the November question is. And again, I don't want to start talking about the church community presentation at this point. But the November question question is really for the voters as to whether or not they would authorize the town to enter into a long-term agreement, long-term lease agreement for that location. That's the question for the voters.
Perfect. So will there also be a question about what else we could do with the building, or will that be the only question regarding this particular building?
It's a question about the property, not specifically about the building. So question that section, I don't 912.
912.
Section 912 forbids the town council from entering into any long-term agreement or sale of any piece of property that is part of or over 2 acres. So in order for any agreement to go forward with any entity that binds the town for a long-term period, like potentially the church community property has to, any vote has to go to the voters. The vote that would be taken in November would only be to allow the council to then begin further discussions with church community housing to see if the project continuously would be viable going forward. There is the potential that church community housing comes back and says, you know what, the funding's not there, we don't want to go forward. There's many things that could happen, but the vote in November would only be allowing the town council to go forward with negotiations to potentially go into a long-term agreement with church community housing.
Perfect. You've answered my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. For anybody who wants to ask, that would be item number 3. So remember that when we get there.
Okay.
Hi. Hi. Pam Seaman, 71 Cornell Drive. And Keith, I think you asked a portion of my question about could the building be replaced for under 5.7 million? But I didn't hear the word with a prefab eco-friendly solution. Is that possible?
Well, when you say, let me just, when you say prefab eco-friendly solution in response to the senior center's current operations?
The entire building.
Entire building prefab? I don't know if that would be.
It would certainly be eco-friendly.
And up to code.
Yes,
Right.
absolutely.
Right.
Just not prefab.
Right.
Why not? Why not?
Well, I guess, we can't really answer that question here. That could be an avenue, maybe that's looked upon, but, it's a question. There were 2 parts to it, prefab and eco-friendly. Eco-friendly, definitely. Prefab, maybe, I guess.
And maybe there's a clarification as to prefab. If you're speaking a pre-engineered metal building, a modular building, if you will, or if you're looking at a building that is brought out, pre-manufactured, that is connected together like you do. If you call that prefab, what the problem is it's, as a senior center, there are supposed to be large spans, public rooms. Generally, those pre-manufactured units that all get bolted together or connected together don't enable large clear spans. Also, the project is generally not sizable enough where you have an economy of scale for prefabricated. But if you're talking about a pre-engineered metal building with a veneer on it to make it look aesthetically pleasing and eco-friendly, yes. Obviously, the building, whatever building you constructed there would need to meet the new model energy code, updated energy codes, and clearly eco-friendly, a whole lot more friendly than it currently is.
Right. You still have to do a lot of design and planning work, even for a pre-engineered building, to make sure you get what you want at the end of the day.
Right, it's process driven and it starts with an understanding of the needs, what the community wants in terms of a senior center or a community building, and then you program it, and then you determine, you come up with a space use summary, and then you go through a conceptual, schematic design, and design development. It'll probably take at least a year in the design timeline before you ever put a shovel in the ground.
And would that be in that what did you say, 500 square foot?
Correct. Well, if it's pre-engineered metal building, depending on what you put into it, yes, you could do that for 500. I said between $500 and $550 a square foot. Currently running order of magnitude for assembly-based building.
Thank you.
One question. David Howard, the council members and support staff, other than the 3 councilors on camera, please identify themselves when speaking for the benefit. Unless trying to follow at home, we can't tell who's talking from the video feed. Thanks.
Or just they should say as well.
Any other questions, Mr. President?
I do not have any other questions. I don't think there are any other questions coming in.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to present our findings.
That's why I didn't.
And we thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Really great presentation.
Thank you guys.
Can't figure out. I know. Okay. All right. Moving on to our next item, number 2. It's the Church Community Housing Corporation Senior Center presentation. Richard Miller here, the Executive Director of Church Community Club. And this is just a progress summary of where you are currently in the process, correct?
That's correct. Thank you, councilors. Good evening. My pleasure to be here before you, giving you an update on where we are in the master planning process for the redevelopment of the Ann Hutchinson School property. I would like to reiterate that this is just a progress update. The reason that I'm here tonight is because in order to get the referendum question on the ballot in November, we need to have the question to the state by September 13th. And therefore, the question had to be drafted and put before you tonight because there is no other council meeting before the 13th that would accomplish that. And so in order to give you the background and bring you up to speed in terms of the work we've done so far and where we're at in the master planning process so that you're informed when voting on this next agenda item for the referendum language related to this, we wanted to give you an overview of the progress that we've made so far. And to do that, I'll just give you a little background. Obviously, we entered into a memorandum of understanding and appointed an advisory group. And we did that to try to address what were initially 3 goals, but which during the process has expanded to 4 goals. And those goals are to save the senior center, by which I mean create a permanent home for the senior center, and to prevent its relocation and or temporary closure, if at all possible, to create housing that's affordable to Portsmouth seniors, to save the historic Ann Hutchinson 4-room schoolhouse, and to save the ball field that exists on the site. And that's the goal that came about during the process. Originally, I understood that the town wasn't using the ball field anymore. I've since found out that that's just that the town high school baseball team isn't using it, but that the Portsmouth Little League organization does use it regularly. And so when we found out that, we thought actually it would be terrific if we could save the ball field, not just to save the recreational facility, but also because the combination of seniors and children on the same site is actually a great combination of populations to have in one development. You see here the members of the Senior Center Advisory Group. And actually, if we can just move to the second page, we'll come back to the advisory group. Just want to give the background, which includes the creation, the appointment of the members of the Senior Center Advisory Group in March of 2021. And once that advisory group was created, we created this process that I will describe now, which is just church community housing's process that we envision as a means to move this master plan forward, as a means to build consensus throughout the town on this development plan that we're putting together with the rest of our development team. And so, you know, March 2021, the council and the town identified the members for the Senior Center Advisory Group, which you can scroll back up, includes the board chair for the Senior Center nonprofit organization, Helen Matthew, the Senior Center Director, Cynthia Kaniki, Mr. Aguiar, the Town Council President, Ms. Dufuza, the Town Council Vice President, Brian Woodhead, the Public Works Director, Gary Crosby, the Town Planner, and then there were 3 residents that were appointed, Donald Perry, Claire Eklund, and Ellen Downing. And those are the folks that we've been working with in the advisory group as we've been developing this master. So we realized that we needed to create a development team, just like we do with every development that we do. And so we engaged Union Studios Architects, Darbo Land Survey, and started meeting with the Senior Center Advisory Group. So far, we've met 8 times actually as of today, and we've given tours of our CCHC properties, including multiple elderly housing developments, to the members of the advisory group. And you know, we're doing that to develop a master plan that will address those four goals that I mentioned previously. And where we're at right now, as you'll see shortly when I show you the plans, the draft plans as they stand, is that we are very close to having a master plan which has the support of the advisory group, and that we think, you know, would then be ready to present town-wide to then, you know, inform all of the voters who would be considering the referendum in November, and to give them the opportunity to provide input, which would then be incorporated into the master plan as well. But up until this point, we've been holding meetings just with the advisory group and the development team, because in order to start anything, you have to have a committee that's workable. You know, a working group that's of a size that isn't too large, where it becomes unwieldy and ineffective. And so that's why we've been holding these meetings, you know, with the development team and the advisory group, to create a baseline master plan that we think will hopefully address many of the concerns that the rest of the town residents would have, and so that, you know, we aren't starting from scratch. When we make a presentation to the town, hopefully we'll have a plan that makes some sense, hopefully a lot of sense at that point. So this is where we're at right now, is that actually we're finishing up the design elements for that master plan we've been working on with the advisory group. The next steps would be to present town-wide, and we will be doing that, I think, probably by the last week in August is what we're looking at right now. And then we'll take that feedback that we get from the town residents, incorporate it into the master plan, and review it with the advisory group and the rest of our development team. And this is where the timing, you know, I'm not sure exactly how long that's going to take. If we can hold another town-wide presentation before the referendum, I hope that we can. But basically, we're trying to get a master plan before the public, hear the feedback, incorporate it into the town, so that the entire town is informed and understands what this master plan is in a good degree before the referendum. So then, we're planning on having the townwide referendum where the voters will vote on the property, the transfer of property interests, as you mentioned earlier. And then, assuming that the referendum gets approved, we would come back to the town council and look for council approval on the master plan. And that, at that point, having referendum approval and council approval, we'd then be able to, we'd have the site control necessary to be able to apply for the funding that we would need to be able to build this plan that we've been working on so far. So in summary, the process is get the consensus of our working group, then get townwide consensus, have the referendum approved by the voters, get town council approval, apply for funding and financing, and then build it. And so now we're moving on to the actual plan. This is the property at 110 Bristol Ferry Road, the current Portsmouth Senior Center. Here is the aerial photo of the site there in the middle, the 5.27 acres. You can see the ball field in the rear and the existing structure with parking primarily in the front. One of the first things that we did was hire a firm to analyze and measure the existing senior center facility. And so what you can see here is that these are all of the spaces currently used by the senior center. There's the auditorium, the cafeteria, the director's office, the main office, the library, the art room and computer lab, a game room, a fitness center, a thrift store, and then there's associated storage. And all of that you can see here adds up to 7,769 square feet. So, that is just the spaces used by the senior center for programming. And we wanted to really, nail down exactly how much space the existing senior center was using, because there are other things like a boiler room, for example, that doesn't really, is not used for programming. That this is a former school building. It was never built for a senior center, and so their stairwells and the circulation pattern and their bathrooms that were there because it was a school building that really don't necessarily make sense for senior center use. So we just wanted to nail down exactly the amount of space that the existing senior center was using and how it was being used and how it was being programmed. And so that's what this plan here reflects is that the existing use.
That's one quick question. So within that, and part of the reason we're here doing things like this today, and then especially we just had 10 minutes ago, is because one of the other things that they had was a lot of storage up on the second floor where they weren't allowed to. So I just, in the back of your head, keep some thought process into some extra storage for thrift store items and things like that, whether it be an extra 500 feet or 1,000 feet that they may need as well. Yeah, we've been having that conversation, and they actually have acknowledged that they have, I think, 3 outdoor storage units and that they need to downsize. They actually don't, they're looking for a little more storage than the current layout has, but I think we're very close to coming to agreement on the amount of storage that we will be providing and how much. And so this is the, and again, I'll point out this is draft. It's a work in progress. And what you see here is the footprint of the existing building with a dashed line that shows the 1951 addition being demolished eventually. And I say eventually because, as I pointed out, one of the goals is to keep the existing senior center doors open until a new facility, a new home for the senior center exists. So what you'll see, the northeastern portion is a new building that has it's
approximately 8,000 square feet on the eastern part of it. We'll call it the T portion of the building closest to Bristol Ferry Road. And so that space is large enough to house all of the existing spaces that are utilized by the existing seniors, the Portsmouth Multipurpose Senior Center. And then you can see the building extends to the west. And then there's a second and third floor to the building as well. That's what you see over the left side of the plan is the layout for the second and third floors. That's not a separate building. I've been asked that question before. Those are just the floors above the building to the right there. And so, you know, the plan would be to build that, the new building first, to move the senior center into that new portion of the building, and then to demolish the 1951 addition, which, as it was pointed out earlier, has serious deferred maintenance, structural deficiencies, etc. And then potentially convert the original Ann Hutchinson four-room schoolroom into condominiums. The reason for that is that by doing townhouse-style condominiums, you don't have to put elevators in, and this would be not restricted to for seniors. It could be townhouse condominiums, market rate, not subsidized or affordable. And the idea is that hopefully the sales revenue from those market rate condominiums would generate sufficient funds to cover the renovations that are needed that were just described in depth, and basically facilitate preserving the original Ann Hutchinson four-room schoolhouse. And if that's true, because as it's been pointed out, it's a very costly prospect, then that would be great, I think, as a means of saving the school. And if there were any additional sales proceeds, any profit from the sale of those market rate condos above and beyond the cost of rehabbing and converting it to the condos, that would just become a source to the rest of the development. It would just reduce the amount of grant funding that we would need to get to pay for the affordable elderly housing and the new senior center. I'll point out that it looked at two different options, and one of them was a senior center space all the way to the right that would essentially stand alone, and that option was not viewed favorably relative to this one for a couple of reasons. One of the advantages of this plan is that you can see in the portion of the development that is for apartments for the elderly housing, that there isn't much common area at all. Typically, when we do elderly housing developments, it includes a library, a computer lab, a fitness center, a dining room, a lounge. It includes all of the same spaces that the current senior center has already. And so if we're combining these two uses, the senior center and the senior housing, you wouldn't duplicate that space. You wouldn't build it in the senior center and then also build it in the senior housing because you'd just be paying for it twice, and there's no reason to do that. And so what became clear is that the advantage to building the development this way is that those common areas, the library, the computer lab, the fitness center, the dining room, all of those facilities can be located in an area in the eastern portion of the building, and the housing funders are accustomed to paying for the construction costs related to building that. The only thing that is housed in the current senior center that the housing funders would not typically pay for is really the thrift shop and the executive director's office. And so what you see here is a Portsmouth Senior Center condo, and then another space that we identify as senior amenity spaces. Because the funders will only want to pay for those spaces that they typically pay for when they're building an elderly affordable housing development. And so all of that would be contained in what is identified here as senior amenity spaces. And then what we're identifying as the Portsmouth Senior Center condo would really have the thrift shop and the executive director's office. And we would go out and get grant funding, most likely through the Community Development Block Grant Program, to cover the construction costs related to those, the construction of those spaces that aren't typically built in a normal elderly housing development. Now, I know people are concerned, well, you know, what does this mean in terms of the senior center and their ability to use this space now that it's going to be used by the residents in the housing development? And my answer is that we would need to enter into a long-term service agreement with an entity such as the senior center to manage those spaces, to oversee the programming in those senior amenity spaces, so that in effect what you have is a new senior center with the same space or more space that is under the control of the senior center the same way that it exists now, except that 6,000 of the 8,000 square feet is paid for with the housing funding. And then there is a senior center condo, which the town would own the same way that it owns Ann Hutchinson School now, but that we would get the funding to pay for that construction cost. The town could then choose to enter into a lease with the senior center organization to operate the entire space, but all of this would be on the tax roll. The only thing that the town or the senior center organization would have to pay for is the utility bill in that small 2,000 square foot condo. The rest of it is all going to be a part of the elderly affordable housing development, and church community housing over our 52 years long ago made the decision that we were going to pay property taxes on all of our developments because we wanted to be a good neighbor, because we wanted to contribute to the communities that we operate in. And so when you compare what you have now, which is a town-owned property that isn't on the tax rolls, where you have a tenant that doesn't pay any rent, and you look at this and compare the fact that we're essentially providing a new senior center with all of the same uses that it has now, with the same assurances for management and control by the senior center organization, plus the entire property will be back on the tax rolls. We have a plan to save the Ann Hutchinson Original School, which I will just point out that because of the costs identified previously, I'm not committing to. It may be that it's just not financially viable, and if we determine that, we'd be happy to just hand the keys back to the town and say, have it back. I mean, I would never want to be, in a position of demolishing a school building like that. I know that residents have emotional ties to school buildings. It's just not something I'd be interested in doing, but it may be that it just isn't financially viable for us to do anything with that. I'll point out that we are proposing 76 parking spaces here, and that the ball field would need to be relocated because it's likely that the community septic system would go basically where the second and third floor plan is shown. Right now, you can see on this plan, although it's light, there's a light dashed line that represents the existing location of the ball field. You can see that the ball field wouldn't be able to stay in its existing location and be able to build this plan. But my understanding, what I've learned is that the town's plan was to build the Little League a new ball field somewhere else in another location, but that this would actually be a much less expensive alternative to simply relocate the ball field on site. And as I mentioned before, this provides the advantage of having children and the elderly, the seniors in the same development you can imagine living in in one of the 52 units proposed here, and being able to look out your window and watch the ball field or come out and sit in the stands and watch a ball game. So, I think in terms of the goals, save the senior center, develop affordable elderly housing, save the Ann Hutchinson School, and save the ball field. This is, what we've come up with, working together with the advisory group, with the architects, with the engineers, and the rest of our team. And then the next slide, you'll actually see a 3D rendering of what this could look like. So you can see there the Ann Hutchinson School having been converted to market rate condos. There's some more green space on Bristol Ferry Road. There's a new access point for the parking for the new elderly housing and senior center complex. You can see on the first floor, there's a lot of glass that represents where the senior center facility would be. And you can see the outline of the ball field in the background.
And Christian, you could also point out that the height of the building, just that last page.
Yeah, when the architects first suggested to me that it be 3 stories, I balked because I knew that there weren't any 3-story structures in the close vicinity, but Union Studios does this great job with dormers and eaves and gables and soffits to give the impression that a 3-story structure is really 2 stories with additional living area in the attic. And so I don't know about you, but when I saw this, I thought that it didn't look too tall in comparison to the existing school building, and just in terms of what could go there. I would also point out that fortunately there's a well-established tree line on the northern portion of the lot, which in this rendering is to the right. So it creates a great vegetative buffer from any adjacent neighbors. Yeah, this is, again, it's a working process. We continue to work with the advisory group and the development team. That it's likely to continue to evolve. But I think at this point, this is probably pretty close to what the final plan will look like. Any questions?
Just to reiterate, the goal here is to create that nice brand new yellow building on the right while maintaining the open building on the left until it was ready to be moved into, then move the senior center space over, and then create hopefully the building that exists now without the piece that's falling down.
That's absolutely correct. I think, it was good news when the architect sketched out the footprint of the existing building and had it on the same plan with this new proposed building in there, and they didn't intersect. There was no overlap between the existing building and the proposed building, because essentially that means that we can just phase this project to allow the seniors to stay in their existing facility while we construct the new building, and then have the seniors, they can keep the doors open the entire time, and then they can move into the new building. And at that point, we would demolish the failing 1951 addition portion before we get started on renovating and converting the rest of the building, if in fact that is foundation.
In your experience, a building like this, 18 months, maybe?
Once construction starts?
Well, the reason I'm asking is because of the ball field. The ball field disappears. The Little League needs to make plans on finding other fields, or we need to find another field, at least schedule. Right now, I think there's enough fields around that they can do that. I agree with you that having a field in the back, senior peanut with not much display is what I see that. But in terms of what they need to do, they would need to have plans in 2 years to figure out what to do if this field disappears, albeit temporary.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure that we wouldn't be able to relocate the field. It certainly, the field has to move, and so there's gonna be some amount of time where it would be unavailable. But, I mean, in order for us to even start applying for funding, we have to have site control. We can't get site control until the referendum passes, the town council votes on this. And so and then it's at least 10 months, probably more like 18 months to get all of the financing and lined up. And then, with this phased construction process, it would be, 12 months for the new building and another 10 months for the existing facility.
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion to, moving to 3B, local property transfer pursuant to section.
No. We haven't even started discussion on it. I don't
We
agree.
usually make. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're still on two.
Oh, I see.
We're still on two.
Sorry.
So we have to wait to see if anybody has any questions about the proposal that Mr. Bellman just spoke about.
Let's go back to the presentation.
Please.
Help here, who's that?
It's Caitlin Thomas.
Caitlin Thomas. Okay.
Hi, sorry. So just another question regarding the senior center. I understand that they will be making a facility in the new building for the senior center, but they said it was a temporary fix until the town built a new senior center. So it just doesn't seem like a very permanent solution.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna let Christian address that.
Hi, Caitlin. I'm sorry if I misspoke. It won't be a temporary fix. It would be a new permanent home for the senior center. It wouldn't be a temporary relocation.
Okay, I'm just confused because you had said until the town built a new structure, so.
They're going to be temporarily housed where they are currently until the new structure is built.
Okay,
Where they. So they're going to live where they are for now until the new structure is built. If the plan is.
okay, and in the new building, the proposed 1 and 2 bed efficiencies, I guess they are, those will be rentals.
They are rentals, although they're not efficiencies. Efficiencies would be technically a 0 bedroom. These are 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom apartments. We have 100 units of elderly affordable housing. There's a 60-unit elderly housing development here, the former Anthony Schoolhouse, right across the street from Town Hall here. And typically, seniors, the vast majority of the need is for 1 bedroom apartments. That's why you'll see a 25 to 75% ratio here. 25% are 2 bedrooms, 75% are 1 bedroom, and that just reflects the market demand for apartment bedroom sizes. That's where the 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom mix.
Okay, and what would be the age limit and qualifications?
The qualifications would be that the tenants would need to earn less than 80% of area median income, and the age limit is, quite frankly, I'd need to look it up. It's at least 55, and I think it's more like 62.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, are there any further questions? Come on up.
Tom Green, 10th Air Drive. On February 8th, Mr. Belden said that senior housing is the hardest funding to get. Fundraisers just don't give it a priority. My question is, what happens to this plan if the voters, voter permission, assuming it's given, if everything has to change because funding for the elderly housing is not available? Second question, Mr. Belden further said that master plans would show a 20 to 30% subsidized housing, and the rest 70 to 80% market rate housing. That does not seem to be the ratio here. Why? And then last but not least, in the amenities, is that where the kitchen for the seniors would be?
Happy to answer the question. Thank you. Yeah, elderly housing is seen as a low priority by the funders, which is why the referendum to transfer the property interest is so important here, because essentially, you know, a long-term ground lease for $1 a year, or however that transfer of property interest ends up panning out, will be viewed by the funders as a major contribution by the town in support of this development. Essentially, there won't be any land acquisition costs involved, and so the funders will see that as a major attribute advantage that this development has that many other competing developments will not have. So there will be other developments that will come in that will have major acquisition costs involved, and so from a housing funder standpoint, they're really interested in developing as many units of affordable housing with scarce funding resources as possible. And so by eliminating the land value and only needing to get the funding for the construction costs, it will improve the viability and scoring of this development in the eyes of the funders. And so that's why it's so important that this referendum passes, because it really improves the likelihood, the potential viability of this development can go forward if we create this new senior center and this much needed elderly affordable housing. And then your other question was related to 20 to 30%. Oh yeah, so when I said that, I specifically said if there was any family affordable housing, that it would be the majority would be market rate, and then we might do 20 to 30% affordable, and that would have been in what's shown here as market rate condos. The elderly affordable housing was never going to be majority affordable. I think if you went back and listened to that, you'd see that I made a distinct point of identifying that that market rate affordable ratio would have only been for family housing. But because of the cost of doing the renovations and converting the school to market rate condos, I don't see any way that we could get, because we're looking at between 4 and 8 market rate condos there. So we'd be talking about 1, maybe 2 affordable units. And I have serious doubts that that's going to be financially viable anyway, even just with full market rate condos. So I don't see any way that incorporating 1 or 2 affordable units there is going to be financially feasible. Oh yeah, the kitchen is in that senior amenities.
Okay.
There's one question here, Mr. President. So since the existing building needs immediate repairs, which your community make it safe and invest in the building for the short-term ways. If there's a building built, that actually was the administrator or the council, then we would continue to keep it safe.
Once we receive the draft reports of the Compass Group architecture assessment, we immediately determined that we needed to have some structural analysis of the building. We've already had soil engineers do soil samples so that we can determine how bad the sinking of the floor is and how much weight there is being supported by those non-bearing walls that have cracks. So once we've receive that report, we'll develop a plan to stabilize that building, do what needs to be done to keep the seniors in there if this plan gets approved, until they have a new center or until we come up with another plan, if this church community proposal does. That's what we're doing now. So I know there's been a lot of chatter. We've already started construction without any council approval. Please grant us a little credit now. We've not done anything. We're doing our homework and we're doing what the engineers have asked.
Councilors, if I might, Mr. Green pointed out that I didn't answer one of his questions, which was what happens if, we apply for the funding and we can't get the funding. And the simple answer is then the project doesn't move forward and the town retains, everything is going to be contingent upon getting the financing, the funding needed to build what we're showing here, what the eventual completed final master plan is. At the referendum, which hasn't come up yet, as you pointed out earlier, really just authorizes the town council to make a decision at a later point, and any of those agreements that we would enter into at that point would be subject to us being able to move forward and actually build this.
Does that answer your question, Mr. Green? Okay. All right. Are there any further questions on it? No.
Second question.
No, I said, it's just not as
So there's no further questions from councilors. Again, that is a presentation, just an update. There's no action required, from the council on item number 2. So we can move forward with, item number 3, which is the request council approval of resolution for the 2 questions to appear on the ballot of the November 2nd special election. And the first item is the school construction and renovation bond, and those not to exceed $21,439,299. And hold on, I got the second, and the second is really the approval of the property transfer pursuant to section 912 of the town charter. Those resolutions.
The potential property transfer.
Yes. And it's really to enter into a long-term lease, is what section 912. Currently, the town council can only enter into a 10-year lease. We would need to exceed that requirement. That is why we need that's why voter approval is needed, is to enter into that long-term lease. The town will still retain ownership of the land, as Mr. Belton stated. So, Mr. Morris?
Thank you, Mr. President. Larry Fitzmaurice, confused about where we're at. I think we're going to start with the school bond. Is that correct?
Yes. First item is the school bond. Yep.
My organization has some concerns about all these bond issues and the projects that they go forward, in that there's difficulties with cost control, there's difficulties with delivering what is promised in some cases. The issue here in specific is that there isn't any limit in this wording on the exact cost limitations on this project for schools. The reason I say that is, despite the phraseology in here that shall not exceed terminology, shall not exceed 21 million, et cetera. That in the past, in specific with the police building, the same language is in that bond. And the town solicitor ruled in late 2019 that the council could exceed $10 million that was in the bond language. So that's the basic issue here. It certainly applies to this thing as well. And in reality, what we're talking about is pulling of general fund revenues, restricted fund revenues, and capital fund revenues into this bond project. As it seems always happens, we get under cost pressures because we haven't adequately understood the actual costs before we started construction. So that's the issue here, and I have a suggestion. I'd like to add to this terminology in the last sentence. No additional funds may be used from any other source for these projects. And that would satisfy us, and we would have more confidence that we're going to get a limited expenditure of funds and not an open-ended expenditure of funds. And hopefully we can deal with the other issues relative to what we get as opposed to what we thought we were voting for. So, without getting into too much detail on that particular point, I think the first thing we need to do is to limit this cost in its wording, and this is the spot to do it because this is the binding document. And courts will hold this document binding over the town. So, I'd like to have that inserted in the language. I'd like to have a motion to that effect.
So you're asking us to put in the school department did a presentation given by their architects. You're asking us to put in wording that would say if we get to year 5 of this agreement or these projects, and we hit 21 million, what was on it?
21 and a half.
Right. That we're done. And whatever projects that may not be finished or have started should just be left half finished.
Well, we have a number of projects here. Not just, I think there's 5. And we can truncate one of them or we can do whatever it is. But the idea that we have an open-ended opportunity to spend whatever we need to on these projects is not consistent with the obligation that you're asking the town citizens to place themselves under, because this legislation provides for a bond issue, which you vote on it, and you obligate all the citizens of the town to pay for it. And that should be a finite understanding. It should be 21.5 million, it's actually a little bit less. 21.5 million should be the cost of this thing, not 22 million or 23 million. Whatever it might be. And I think that that's an appropriate thing to do. Other communities are tighter on how they word these things. I think it's time for us to tighten this thing up.
Mr. President, I believe that what the language here is doing is authorizing the maximum amount of bond, and it doesn't really have to do with the maximum amount you spend on projects. And so we're only going tonight to talk about what the bond amount is going to be. And we're saying right here that the max is going to be the number.
Shannon, that is an excellent point. This is just for the maximum amount involved with bond.
I fully understand that.
So putting that additional language in, I mean, I know what you're saying, because you want cost certainty. And, these, I think even at this stage, the design engineers have put forth estimates at schematic schematic level for development of their application. And now it's up to them as they move forward. This is for stage 2. They still need to go to stage 3, which is to actually design the project. And they're going to be designing their project within this budget of $21 million, 439. Let me just finish. And so then the job will go out to bid in two years, maybe down the road. And, it's going to be up to the school department to manage that expenditure and keep it within the 21,439. However, there is always that potential that something could come up, some unforeseen condition, and you may have a project that you may have something that comes up. And to say that they can't use any other money, I think that really limits our ability to finish a job. I know you're gonna refer back to the police station, and we went over budget on a $10 million police station by, 1%. I think it was pretty close, and they did a tremendous job. I think tonight that I'm comfortable with the way this is phrased for the bond amount to not exceed $21,439,299. If additional money is needed somewhere down the line, they would have to come before the council in advance to get approval. So I mean, that's a discussion.
Would they?
They
could spend from their own reserve.
They could spend their surplus.
They could spend from their surplus.
Yes.
They could spend from their own capital fund that's already there, but to authorize additional money that would require approval.
Yeah. I use the term their own reserves instead of Mr. Hamilton, but the reality is the reserves that exist from surpluses in the school committee is the people's money. It's not their personal cash.
Not by state law. It's the school department's money.
The citizens pay it.
It
It still belongs to people.
It does, but you can't get it back. We can't get it back.
You can't get it back.
You can't get it back either. I would love you to try.
Oh, the girl.
Well, not going down that road. but
Right.
That's
Point of order,
the
Mr.
stuff.
President. I think we're straying from the topic at hand, and we have a lot of folks waiting. I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution for the 2 questions to appear on the ballot. One at a time. All right, so the first one would be item 8.
Motion to approve the school bond language as presented for the referendum.
Correct.
Second.
All those in favor? No.
Good ask.
Questions, comment? We have Mr. Fitzmaurice's comment who wanted to know if there would be I'm not seeing anyone else getting up. No, just a bit. Right, so I didn't jump the gun on it. I can't see up there. Just hitting my bed. So I don't, unless someone was gonna make a motion to add the language that Mr. Fitzmaurice requested. I didn't see anybody.
I don't see a motion, so I'll sit down.
Right.
But I will point out that you expect the citizens to approve this without knowing how much it's going to cost.
It's gonna cost exactly what it says it's gonna cost for these. It might not be all these specific items. The school department may come back and say, hey, we can't, I forget the list, but, the one-way doesn't get done. Or these are all health and safety issues that are gonna get done because they fall underneath the reimbursement from the states. So,
I basically got the same insurance.
as the police station went over by $150,000.
What we're asking
On my count,
is the amount of a bond.
341,000.
Future. What we're asking about is to approve the amount of the bond, and that's it.
Well, that's-
We're not asking.
That's what's on the paper, I can
And
see.
we don't ask them to be able to see the future, and none of us can do that. So if we have to have absolute assurance about every plastic, right, every contingency, we'll never start any projects at all.
I mean, if this is the number the school department gave us. If you'd like, I'm sure they'd be happy if we added $2 million just to protect on,
We have been discussing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Moore.
So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Mr. Jukusa? Aye. Mr. Buttermeyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
million number has come down from roughly 200 million to 65 million to 21, just so everybody's aware. We've been whittling that away for the past 3 years with the school department.
Okay, so now,
Motion to approve the property transfer pursuant to section 912 of the charter.
Second.
question. All those in favor?
Mr. Jukusa?
Aye.
Mr. Buttermeyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. Okay, so those will both be placed on referendum in November. Thank you all. Okay,
The school committee shares some thank you on behalf of the school.
all right. So let me just clear a couple of tabs here. All right, moving on to old business number 4, is the proposed MOU for basketball courts at the 70 Sports Complex.
Thanks, Chris.
Good evening, Jeff Swider, 68 Holman. Council, thank you for hearing us. We did discuss the benefits of having quality of life being improved in this town. I think the recreation department is getting better every year. 70 Fields Recreation Complex is something that all of our residents use and enjoy. We would like our youth to be able to enjoy outdoor basketball in a safe area. I have a video I'd like to show the conditions of our current courts throughout the town, both town-owned as well as school-owned. And you'll see pretty obviously that they're in very bad condition. I don't think that improving them makes a lot of sense, but these are I said it. It's part of the package that was separate video.
Yeah. Yeah. Any change of back?
Okay.
If not, we'll wait. Do you have upstairs, Jeff? Okay. PDFs, I don't have.
I mean, I think I can describe it as a way to see the video, but basically as you go around town, if we want to take a look at all of the school sites, they're undersized and mostly in neighborhoods. And our experience dealing with the school department is that they tend to charge. They don't do that great of a job maintaining the police basketball courts. And use of them is restricted very frequently. The town properties, is only 2 of them, Redwood Farms. Looks like it probably hasn't been touched in over 20 years. Small, overgrown, not suitable, and it's in the middle of a neighborhood. And then if you go to Island Park, I think a couple of parents, that they've been asked by their children to pick them up because they thought they were in not the best environment with other people in the park making some bad choices. The proposed location is one that is visible by everyone in the town. Police are up and down the road at Glen Farm or 70 Fields all the time. It's right next to the recreation department. Mission to use that field, put courts there, it can be turned over to the town, it can become a revenue source that will allow for the maintenance of not only those courts on an ongoing basis, but other projects that need to take place at that recreation facility. there aren't a lot of things that are happening. The other courts, if they were renovated, it'd be very tough for the recreation department to oversee them and generate revenue for them. Things that could generate revenue, and I know that we have some camps that are generating revenue now. I spoke to Wendy Ball. They have some camps for sailing and for other things, but a basketball camp could very well generate revenue. Of course, can be rented out for clinics as well as for private lessons from some of our local area businesses. And there's a great need for recreational leagues. So you can picture youth during the summer months. It's typically later in the day, so recreational leagues would typically take place from 5 o'clock in the evening until 9 p.m. for both youth and adults. I think that would really bring the community together. Anyone that has been to Portsmouth youth basketball at the high school gym in the winter knows that it's a great gathering place for the community to see each other in the winter months. We don't have a lot of those events taking place in the summer. You can imagine all levels of families going to see their grandkids and children, as well as friends, play youth basketball or even adult leagues. Could be some fun with some older gentlemen possibly creating business for a little bit of physical therapy and creating some entertainment. We put together an MOU. I don't want to talk too long. I haven't prepared the level of presentations you've seen tonight. I'm sure everyone's thankful for that. But the MOU would basically say we're asking for permission to come up, have the plan that we've shown. So the last time I met with you, we were asked to show a site plan. We worked with Mount Hope Engineering, they came up with a site plan. We basically determined that that field had a pitch of over a foot. I've talked to Wendy Bulk. She has let me know that in the spring, it's almost an unplayable field because of drainage issues. We believe that the site plan from Mount Hope Engineering will not only improve the drainage on that field, but also for the entire complex. I was also asked to come up with some illustrations, a presentation that we have prepared, and said, no, it does show that, but I believe if we, so that's the site plan from Mount Hope Engineering. It shows the northeast corner of the field, the occupied with the 4 courts that are horizontally placed. There's a little bit of a break between them, so 2 courts are higher than the 2, I guess, eastern courts to allow for the pitch to take place. It would have swales on either side to help with the drainage. And if you go to the illustrations, you'll see that it's right there.
Yeah.
Can we take a brief,
You got the video?
break? No, the, system seems to crash, so we need to take a few minutes to
Oh.
review.
Zoom crash? It's crashing.
Trash or
So,
and then recess?
maybe both.
5-minute recess. All right, we'll just take a.
Yeah,
5 minutes, 10 minutes?
yeah.
All right. Sorry about that.
When did we take the break then?
9:19.
We're good? Yeah. We're good. All right. Is it back up and up?
Yeah, just,
Mark. All right. Recording it. We're live. Good.
So This video will allow you to see the existing condition of courts in the town. Probably the best one. Our initial goal when we started out was to renovate the high school courts. We worked with the school department at Harvey, so high school courts, 3 courts next to the tennis courts, built, believed by Duncan Ingram, the doctor. They've now been turned into a parking lot. The school department build it or no, they won't allow us to renovate it. If you want to play the video, I'll kind of talk through it a little bit. Those are the high school courts. You can see the markers for parking. Get a little closer, you can see it's a horrible condition. That's when you can't try to use it in the past, they blow it off, but that's not even so. It's nice work by Duncan. Good job. Come to the middle school, you can see it's a very small court. You can see how close the keys are together. It's really not suitable for any type of league. I'm children at recess. Yeah.
Stop the camera.
Is there? Good. We're good on Zoom.
Yeah. All right. Melville School, again, not the best condition, with usable in the middle of the neighborhood. Hvac School, again, very small course, in the middle of the neighborhood. I don't think anyone's going to want to have leagues and recreation going on. Very tough to police. Our recreation department level. Island Park Playground, again, in the middle of the neighborhood. Really tough condition. Well, not very for kids to be at points. Bill Elmore School course, where we originally talked to $1 billion homes out there. It's a pretty tough walk for most people to get there. That's really the numbers of that. Those neighborhoods have won. Dozens of kids walking through their streets to get to a court, and then boys. Look at other Rhode Island communities. They've done a great job providing recreational facilities. Our residents deserve the same. Our 7 fields to the rec department, we'll possibly go back once a little bit about that. If you look at the overview there, you can see our proposed location for the green. If you want to have green space, that's basically what like. Got a horse rink that's a similar size. We've got the pavilion at Polo. Green space. We're not proposing any fences. We're having it in the corner. Again, it's right next to the rec department. These are the police cars up and down that road every day. If we envision is that kids are there with their families. They've got a brother or sister playing a sport, and they're able to run over and shoot hoops. It's after school, a place to go. It's easy to get to. I think one of the toughest things about our town is we don't have sidewalks that are easily accessible. We don't have street lights. It's really not a lot of things for kids to do. Certainly they can play pickup lacrosse or soccer or baseball, but that's not as popular to do in a lot of areas. Kids love the idea of playing pickup basketball. Currently forced to go to Middletown to never mind leagues. They're driving to Dartmouth, Massachusetts. Could host summer leagues for the entire island. Really showcase ourselves, prove the value of our community, and improve the quality of life. President, do I have to review what the MOU is?
Well, we have the MOU. Can you just want to give a quick summary of the MOU? Because
Sure.
some folks may not be aware of what you're proposing.
Yeah, so we're asking for the ability to raise, if we raise the $300,000, I think it's necessary to build these 4 courts, we would then donate that or gift that money to the town. We wouldn't give it until we raise the 300. We work with the Public Works Department to solicit bids and get site work done, as well as construct the courts. And then effectively, it's the property of the town. We're also asking that we will never be charged, Portsmouth Youth Basketball would not be charged to use those courts. We're going to work for it. And it would be given first priority after the town for any events. Town obviously has first priority, but after that, any leagues or clinics want to come in. We don't envision ourselves running a lot of camps or clinics. We're hoping that the recreation department does that. We're hoping it's a good funding source for them to maintain all of their facilities. We've looked at other facilities, especially Smithfield has one, and they use the highest level materials available. They believe that the ongoing maintenance is going to be very inexpensive. You might be looking at maintaining the services every 10 to 20 years and replacing rooms, and that's done a good job. The school department in maintaining the basketball facilities, the chairs, the scoreboards, scores tables, basketballs for the town, for the teams, uniforms for the teams. That's something that Portsmouth Youth Basketball has done to support our mission to promote basketball in the town of Portsmouth. We've also been approached by members of the volleyball community who think that, a couple more posts on each one of these basketball courts, a couple more they can possibly play outdoor volleyball. That's something that the rec department would have the ability to do with it. That to a good enough job, I think, going over the highlights.
Yeah, I mean, we're done. We'll open it up to questions. Discussion.
Sure.
Councilors have any questions? I have a couple, but I'll. Sure. Oh, no, I mean, we will open it up to the public. I just had a question and just 2 questions. In located within the park. You have any other alternate locations? Is this the preferred location, or was there any consideration for another
Well,
location?
we considered almost all the school locations. That we went
No,
over.
just within the park. I know, I'm just saying within 70 fields.
If there's other locations available, we don't, this doesn't have to be that location. Any location, I think 70 makes the most sense because it's the most central, safe. There's no neighbors nearby, and it's right near the rec department. But if it were another location within 70, we would have no.
No, a question was asked about could it possibly just go just to the east a little bit in where the parking lot is. And, I mean, at this point, I'm not saying to change it. I was just asking if you.
Yeah, that would be
anything.
completely fine. I think that actually less site work. It's probably something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. And I'm not saying it's move it.
I drove it today, it doesn't look flat, but I don't think that would change. Moving dirt no matter what.
But that would be fine. We don't have a preference of where it is.
So, okay, that's fine. And then there was my own perspective. I had a question about lighting. Is that something that you would think necessary right off the bat, or would you phase it in?
I mean, it's funding dependent. We'd like to at minimum have the conduit run for lighting. We would obviously have lighting controls and timers on. But we foresee that it would probably be on no later than 9
it's your position to fundraise for all of those costs.
Yes.
Let me paraphrase. You would, come up with funding, which you believe to be about $300,000. You would work with the DPW to, prepare documents for bidding, right?
Yep.
And secure any permits if it turns out that you needed a permit from or something like that, you guys would take care of that?
I mean, I guess it's the town's property, so certainly do what we can. I don't know. Permit and then it's being constructed on town property. At that point, we really have funds, we give it funds.
Yeah. No, I mean, if your engineer came up with something, it's possible that the town could sign up on an application for a permit, but if anything was needed for the permit, for engineering. I'm just saying, if something comes up.
In meeting with Brian, we had very comfortable with not having done other plans at those fields. So, yes, I guess the answer would be we'd have to see, but most likely.
Right, so I'm just trying to paraphrase, your position is you're willing to fund all of that stuff to get a project to construction. The town, you then donate that money to the town, and then the town would then the bidding process, procure a contractor and construct the facility. And basically turn it over to the town. Sure. And that would occur. You have any? I know you have something in the MOU.
Yeah, the MOU says we have 3 years to get it.
So you don't expect something to happen in the next 3 to 6 months?
No. I mean, I think at the earliest would be next spring. We will start. We have not gone on to fundraise the dollar yet. We've paid for some engineering out of our fund. But if those approved, that would feel right.
Okay, no, those were kind of my couple of questions. Everything else, I think. Has kind of. I don't have any questions.
To clarify your conversations with the school, tell me why, again, you're not able to have the school.
Well, I think the only facilities that would make sense to, if you could turn into viable courts because of this, has to be at the high school. And we have talked to the facilities department. We had multiple meetings. Walked the grounds. We were told that those courts are not available to be renovated because they're used for parking. That's what they want to use it for. I mean, that was our first choice. I mean, it costs us a lot less to renovate those courts than this. It's a fairly central location. A lot of kids doing sports there all the time.
Bottom line is, the school department's not going to give up parking spaces. And if you don't want cars parking on your basketball, it's going to shorten the life of the courts. And old cars leaking oil on the courts are going to make it a basketball.
Understood, but I just don't understand why that is,
Because the school doesn't want to give up the parking spaces.
well, I would like to hear what the schools have to say about that.
Even in their bond request, they're building more parking spaces.
I understand that, however, I mean, honestly, I just want to say that I appreciate the work you've done. And I thought it was important for you to receive more detail of MOU rather than try to just shut me down the first time you came. And I will say that I was on the varsity basketball team in high school. I was terrible. They put me into the jump ball and then they take me right out.
So we'll make sure you're part of the first team.
That's right. But so I'm not unsympathetic for sure. And I think what you're actually asking for two things. One of them is for a facility that allows people to do pickup games, right? And then the other part of it, which I think is really different, is to have a facility that allows tournaments. Those are like two really different things. And it feels like Because the pickup game, I'm not gonna walk from Island Park to Glen to have a pickup game. I'd rather just stay in my own neighborhood, stay in the Crescent Farms, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think this town is used to having parents drop kids off, because it's not very safe to do it. Beyond that.
Understood, but you know what I'm saying, like, when you do a pickup basketball
Yeah, I
game.
mean, there's a
you're
lot of
not-
high school kids who have no license to drive.
I understand that, but,
And they're,
you
but they're
know,
on a little
there was a
down now.
reason, I think there was a reason people put in basketball courts in all these different neighborhoods back in the days. So, the part of me says that the priority should be to address that, first of all, because most of the population lives in the park and.
And that'd be great if that could be addressed. Well,
Right, but I'm saying we have a finite amount of money. And, I guess I'd like to also say, appreciate the MOU, and appreciate your offer to fundraise, but so my major question has to do with timing. And it's this, that we got a $56,000 grant from the Van Buren Foundation to do open space and recreation. And I believe that it will be completed in our plans by February 2022. That's 6 months away. And it just feels like if we did that kind of study, then we would be able to have a more comprehensive view of all our open space and recreation facilities in town. And it's 6 months away. And it doesn't make sense to me at this moment to have your proposal move forward and we don't have the information that master plan study has. And we don't have the community input that study will solicit. Because once they tell us what we have in town, we're also planning to have public meetings where people come and talk about how we prioritize our open space and recreation funds, right? Because we don't have infinite money to spend. So people are going to have to say, okay, what's the universe of stuff we can do? Okay, I want this, I want that. We're going to have charrettes, right, to come up with this master plan. Again, it should happen, you know, before February of 2022.
Linda, I can appreciate that a master plan is important. I also just listed the fact that master plan is in school for 3 years since that plan started. It's gone from 200 million.
Well,
And the finite money is being raised by force of basketball. We're not asking the town.
No, well, 2 points to that. One, this thing is supposed to be done, the master plan is supposed to be done by February 2022. And I think if you ask me for a vote in March of 2022, I feel much more comfortable voting on this proposal because really, that's why we got the grant, right, to do that study. And the thing is that even though basketball is super, you know, appealing, frankly, I don't know if the universe of stuff is that out there that we could be doing, and that's what this contractor we hired and the grant, because it's going to be a $75,000 study. Is what they tell us. And I tell you, when you're looking for grant money, people don't like rando requests. They like to see that you did some kind of study, you prioritize things, and the thing you're asking money for fits into your plan, right? And I do feel that that's important because it helps get us more money, but also because, you know, that prevents us from doing random things that are being pushed by maybe a small group that may not be what makes the most sense. And, you know, frankly, if we had the kind of plan that we have today about buildings and how we should prioritize their maintenance and whatnot, we wouldn't have the incredible mess that's at the senior center, right? So I'm just saying that if we have infinite money, yeah, let's do everything, but we don't. That's why it's important to study what we have and make a real plan. So I guess what I would recommend is make a motion that we reconsider your proposal in March, I guess, of 2022, when we have the master plan, you know, yes. So that's one thing. And just to sort of add to that, well, is that your MOU talks about you guys raising the funds, but it also asks for help with grant applications and funding requests. It also asks for us must be responsible for procurement of construction services and materials, be responsible for maintenance and repair, and also the lights, so we presumably pay for electricity, and we pay for insurance. And I guess what I'm saying is it's not entirely free. And what it is maybe it is totally worth it, but I don't know, because I don't know where the money will be coming from. Like what project is not going to be funded because we're going to put it into this. Plus, we have a staff of one in our Parks and Rec department, one person. And in comparison, Jamestown has 4. And they have one person dedicated just to property management in their Parks and Rec department. And so even though it feels like, hey, we can just do this, and staff will just take it over, we have a very, very skeleton crew. And to ask them to take these projects on, it's a thing, you know, it's not like, oh, they can just do it, add it to their list of things to do. So I think we just have to be more prudent as we go forward and thoughtful. And so my recommendation to the council would be to wait for this master plan, and then we'll have a better idea of how we want to spend the money. And it is not to say that we would do this. It's a delaying thing. Like, what are we doing the plan for? Wait, the results are, especially since it's only going to be by February 2022. All right, thanks all.
Thanks. Respect your comments.
I guess I'd make a motion to defer deciding this issue until the phase master plan is complete.
I will second that for discussion.
A motion in a second.
As I discussed that in March when this first came up, it's very simple to tell the people who are doing the plan that there is a proposal on the table to put the courts in this location added into your plan. It's not a big leap for an organization to be able to do. As far as the money goes and rec department, maybe at some point we need a bigger rec department, but 99% of the sports and the activities that happen in this town happen because of volunteers, like of course, basketball, youth lacrosse, soccer, baseball, Babe Ruth, football. Pickleball. Not pickleball, it's the other one, it's in a circle, they throw the ball each other, it's like dodgeball, but in a circle thing. Pickleball, I think. But,
I know.
I'm the only one that's heard of it? There's a sign outside of the Glen. Gaga ball. Thank you, Dave. Gaga ball.
I guess I understand that it's simply to ask the contractor to just say, hey, pretend that we already have this thing here. But what I'm saying is that we really need to have that plan done so we can have everybody's input into what is an important priority. And we may not decide after we look at that report and all the public input that we have that this was the priority. And we do not have infinite funds.
Correct. And we're not being asked to provide infinite funds.
No, but
They're
I'm just-
asking,
okay,
they're asking
okay.
to fundraise those funds to build the courts.
But we also will incur staff time and town money to devote to this. And I just feel like if we're gonna do that, let's look at a study and more community input. It's only 6 months. That's to get funds. Plus, right now, I don't know if the rest of you are trying to get anything built, but we can't find contractors and you can't, there's a supply chain issue. It's a really expensive time to build something. I don't think the delay is necessarily for us.
But we're not looking to, they're not looking to build probably till spring or next fall.
Right,
They have
right.
to raise the funds first.
All right, so I don't know, it just feels like we went to the trouble of getting a grant to put this master plan, research and plan into action. And it seems odd not to wait 6 months to see what really is out there and what we should do.
So, we need to take a vote on this, so we need to discuss it.
have a motion?
There are a number of cancels.
Ask them if it's pertaining to the particular.
All right, actually, I mean, this. Let's go to the first person.
Alicia Caleb, if you could provide your name and address for the record.
Hi, my name's Alicia Califf, and I'm at 128 Colonel Christopher Green in the Sandy Point area of Portsmouth.
And your comment would be?
Yeah, I had a couple questions. You know, it appears that we are considering a new location. I'm wondering what our plan is with the all the abandoned courts that were mentioned in this briefing. Do we intend as a town to leave those abandoned?
That's kind of that's a broad brush. The school department has, you know, indicated some reluctance to do things at the high school. You know, those are, anything that's done on school property is under the control of the school department. The other courts that are owned by the town, there is an item on our agenda
That restores the two regulation sites.
that would look to improve two regulation courts at Redwood Farms and Frank Carson Memorial Playground.
That's
That's the same one.
That's the
Island
same
Park.
one.
Island Park.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to read real quick here.
Island
Island
Park.
Park. So we are looking to possibly, you know, refurbish two courts in town. But I think, you know, that's a separate issue. What's being proposed here tonight with respect to an organization that's looking for approval from the town to fundraise and put these courts in at the Glen. The other courts are really a town issue, as whether the town is going to go and allocate the money for those facilities.
Yeah, I guess I viewed it as a basketball court issue, and how many basketball courts do we need in the town? And I was wondering, as a follow-up, you know, do we have any kind of utilization data on the existing courts before we decide to build a new court?
Probably not. We don't have anything before us tonight. I mean, I don't know.
The master plan will certainly tell us.
The master plan wouldn't tell you anything about the utilization of the.
Why do you say that?
Because they're not going to ask the question.
They are going to ask,
I can tell you the utilization of the.
Utilization pretty easy.
High school
Kids
kids.
are going to other towns to use courts because it's unsafe.
I actually, I think we're gonna get off topic here. Still, you know, worry.
To answer the question about, it's not a court, it's multiple. The reason to have multiple courts is that you have multiple kids or large groups of kids to be able to have clinics or tournaments all in the same place rather than being all over town. If you utilize a court, say Redwood Farms, there is 0 parking. If you utilize Island Park, there is 0 parking. You cannot park at the high school. You cannot use courts at the high school, Elmhurst, Melville, Elmhurst, you could, or Hathaway, or Schoolhouse. If you're running clinics there, you're gonna, if it was just PYB, they're gonna pay for it at the school department, just like they make Portsmouth Youth football pay for their fees. That's why lacrosse and soccer stay at the Glen, because we don't charge them. There are multiple reasons why this is a good idea. There is only one reason that you're pushing it as a bad idea, is because you want to wait.
well,
Which is fine.
excuse me, I'll be happy to elaborate as well. I mean, there are courts at the high school that can be used. The issue is that they want to charge you guys to use those indoor courts. Isn't that right?
Outdoor.
Well,
Talk about
No,
outdoor.
no, right now, I want to ask about the indoor
Yeah,
courts. that
there's
are-
been no access to those courts for over a year.
Is that in the summer?
In the summer, we can have access.
Why is that?
The original charter said that it was supposed to be available for residents, but also seniors to walk, but they school hasn't
So,
can't get access.
and is that because of COVID or because of pre-COVID?
No, it's,
And
and
why?
the building's been around since what, 2000.
And for the new gym with the basketball courts, you're saying you cannot access them. And what was the reason?
We can access them for our league, you have to arrange it at that time. We're talking about recreation time does not exist.
What is there, if you pay?
You can't just show up and play basketball.
I can't go there, like that's.
You can't go there, I can't go there.
No, I understand that, but if we're talking about raising money. What was the idea of raising money to buy recreational time at the high school?
I mean, the nice thing about recreational time is kids can show up and get also. Want to do something at the high school, you have to not pay for rental rewards, you have to pay for insurance, you also have to have the adult monitor.
Right, but there were two things you were talking about, pickup game stuff.
Yeah.
Which is what you just talked about, and the leagues and the, not league stuff, the clinics, stuff like that, right? So what I guess I'm asking is, what stops you from having clinics, not at the high school?
Yeah, I mean,
It's the cost.
The school department would literally charge the recreation department to utilize the courts on the inside.
and
Right, so
good luck.
$300,000 to buy courts, you don't want to spend $300,000 to have.
It's not just, I mean, look at the entire big picture. I mean, there is a huge giant picture you can look at, because you're just focusing on two things. One is the cost, which is going to be covered by, of course, your basketball. Second is other courts around town. If you're looking to do clinics, think of other things. There are no courts in the south end of town, other than the beat up one that's at Elmhurst, which is right back for people, and also one of our largest money makers in town. Been there.
But I'm asking about clinics, right? That's why you want to have the four together.
Yes.
Summer league, like, you go to other towns to play basketball.
Okay,
You know, we drive-
unfortunately,
Sorry.
we can't shout from this audience.
I'm sorry.
No,
There are other towns, other areas where there are organized leagues, which can be done by either Wendy, the Department of Recreation, or an outdoor, outside organization. I'll just pick one that was recently in this was basketball. Could come in and say, hey, I want to run a league. Wendy, what can I do? What nights can I have? Okay, you can have Tuesdays and Thursdays, you can run your league. Here's what it's going to cost you. They come in and they run their league, and the town makes the money off of that. That money then goes back in case of maintenance.
Okay, all right.
And, but Linda, I think your question is, why can't we do that on high school? We would love to, we're not allowed on school property. Next to impossible, you can get a response to an email, and observe the time. Believe me, I ran the league from 2007 to 2 years ago. I've got 35,000 emails, probably 5,000 responded.
I guess I'd just like to understand why they're taking that position. I don't, I feel like.
Because they're overwhelmed, just like you think money. They're being asked to be an athletic director that's responsible for all the sports, and you're asking him to be a recreation director as well. They don't have the resources to do it.
We're raising $300,000 for facilities, and I'm not talking about pickup ends, and I get, you can't just walk over to the high school and use their boards. But if you're talking about running clinics and having tournaments and whatnot, you're to raise $300,000 to do that, I'm just not sure. I mean, just thinking here, I'm just not sure why you would want to try to negotiate something with. Like,
Oh, there's
let's make
two
it-
reasons. If you ever go in the high school during the summer, there's no air conditioning. The floors are like high school. So you wouldn't want to be there in the summer until air conditioning is at its best. Second of all, they want the thing locked down by clean. We've got all sorts of resources in this town and neighborhoods where people don't want kids. The recreation department in Glen Park should be encouraging people to have kids go there. I hope there's a traffic jam on East Main Road every day with people trying to drop their kids off to play sports instead of sitting in front of their video games, right? We should be encouraging that recreation department to grow and to have access to all the sports for all the kids, and the kids will live in there, and we build even better facilities. That's the goal. I shouldn't have to raise $300,000 to have ideal sports, but I want to make the quality of life better in this town. And so we've got a group of people behind it. I understand there's a master plan and we're talking about renovating boathouses and all sorts of stuff. We're focused on basketball and having kids have access to it and pick up, just like we did when we were kids. Facilities we have today are embarrassing.
Right. No, I guess that the only other questions I have are coming from people who wrote us emails. Someone sent huge petition, and I think some of them are in the audience. And so, you know, there is a balance between recreation and open space, right? And the blend was conserved for both. And the open space guys are saying that, you know, we're squashing, this proposal kind of squashes what their interests are. And I know it's up to us to make a balance, but given that the priority for me at least is to facilitate recreational activities for the most folks in town, I'm not sure that that is what the goal would serve if we go with this proposal rather than, because for example, the Red Cross guys, I believe, wrote and said, you're eating up part of our field. I have to double check. But, so you know what I mean? Like, there are a lot of people who are sort of saying, well, look at us and our interests and balance those against this.
Sure, that's something that's to be considered. We support lacrosse. When lacrosse had to fight with soccer to get access to those fields,
right,
we were right behind them saying we should have access to them.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, and there's a lot of areas in town that aren't utilizing lacrosse for use. It is used for parking over Glen, it could be turned into practice.
Right.
I mean, I think if you allow the recreation director to say, hey, this belongs to the town, everyone can apply to use our facilities, we'll make sure we accommodate it. Or we'll develop the other fields that are proposed on the way to Sandy Point 10 years ago. There's a lot of things that could be done, but
right,
holding recreation hostage because people are using it today, it's I don't think it's the right.
you know, most of the people that wrote were not anti-basketball. You know, I think most of the people were just interested in trying to make sure that it's necessary to place them in this pretty, you know, open field area.
Right, were they concerned when the pavilion went up at the polo, or the backstops went up for baseball, or the lacrosse goals went up, or, I mean, there's all sorts of, the Brown House was renovated, there's a lot of things that cover green space at that facility.
Right.
When the horse pavilion was put in, you know, those things are technically not green space.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but I also feel like I can't just dismiss them because they weren't here.
Oh, I know, and that should be considered by all the council members.
Well, all right, and also, one question, did you speak to the Parks and Rec?
I did. I've had lengthy conversations with Wendy. She's
No,
very,
not with our director, but we have a committee of the Parks and Rec department, and they actually, it looks like they left us a big packet of recommendations, and there's 7 people on it, and basically they are saying that, I'll just read it. Before agreeing to the proposed MOU regarding basketball courts at Gardner 70, we request the town council to take into consideration, they gave us this big packet, but 1, all existing town courts are in disrepair and should be addressed before entering an agreement to create a new court with maintenance needs. 2, the master plan is in progress and should be finalized. 3, there are alternate locations within town which should be explored, which will preserve green space while providing a centralized location for practice games. So that's a recommendation.
Specifically, what is that space?
I don't know, but we
Okay,
have
I'll ask the
investigated.
recreation department, specifically which space are you talking? Okay, okay, this is the chairman of the recreation.
David Fiorella, 45 Hamilton Drive, Portsmouth. I am the chair of the Parks and Rec Committee. I wish we could have met before this came out, but unfortunately that has never happened. So our committee, we've talked about this over the past few months, and again, I wish there would have been a formal introduction between Wendy and our committee, but there wasn't. So this is where we stand today. So our committee, we sat and talked about it, and I will say this: we are not against basketball, and And I will say it one more time for all the people on Zoom, our committee is not against basketball or BYB, because I don't want rumors being spread throughout this town. We are for basketball. I think it's a great recreational sport. And we do see the need for basketball in this town. But as you will see in this packet that I dropped off to everybody, there's a few areas of concern that we have. Number one, as actually Jeff pointed out in his video, which did me a huge favor because I have blurry photos here. I went around town and took pictures of all of our existing basketball courts, which are they're unusable, and I think we all agree on it. They are unusable. It's an embarrassment to this town that our kids have courts in their neighborhoods, at the Glen, Island Park, Redwood, that nobody can use. You know, the courts are falling apart. There's cracks. There's poles that we're missing. I mean, it's embarrassment. So we feel like that this town council should address the needs and of these other courts around town, just for the neighborhood kids, but also obviously for athletics. And I am happy to see that on the agenda today. There is a proposal to address 2 of the courts. Ironic that's on today, maybe, but at least I'm happy that's on today's agenda. So we feel like the courts need to be addressed in the existing town, in the town before we move forward with taking on 4 brand new courts. There is maintenance involved with these courts, and this town doesn't do a good job of maintaining, hence a lot of what has been said tonight, what's going on in this town. That's just going to be an added cost that I don't know if it's been calculated by the town council. If we're going to rehab the existing courts in the town, and then also taking on 4 new existing courts wherever they may be, that's going to be added cost that this town doesn't always seem like they're willing to put in the budget. So in 2019, we're running a second session. 2019, this town took out a grant, or received a grant for about $30,000. We used that money to conduct a community survey, which 1,130 residents participated in 2019. In that survey, we all sat down, we had meetings about what's going to go into that survey, and I will just say basketball never was a mention between anybody on our committee put into the report. That it is what it is, it just never was a mention in there, but there's a host of other sporting events, sports and bike paths in nature. So as a highlight on this page, nature areas and wildlife, 86% of the people that took the survey really want nature. Outdoor gathering and social gathering, 76% of the town was in favor of that. Picnic, shelter and areas, 74.9%. Open lawns and landscapes, 73.3%. Pretty much the top 5, top 10 were all pertaining to open space. That seems to be what the consensus of the town was in 2019. Basketball courts wasn't mentioned in there. Again,
Can I
it's like on the list.
Quick second.
Yes.
So I'm going to go to item number 2.
Okay.
Both of these 4 basketball courts together for fun.
It could be a gathering. No, it could be a social gathering.
Outdoor social gathering.
Yeah, no, that's a broad state. It's a broad topic.
I agree.
All right, so I'm just saying, outdoor picnics, picnic areas. Sorry, glasses. I know it's just tiny, but natural areas and wildlife was number 2. Farmers market, number 1. But I think what the survey was showing is that a lot of people are interested in outdoor gathering spaces or preserving natural landscapes. And my next slide I have is the open lawn. 437 residents are very interested in open lawns and landscapes. 374 are somewhat interested. It's a very big percentage for people to go on in the survey. Sorry. Natural areas, wildlife, 629 were very interested, and 320 were somewhat interested. Again, 57.7%, 29%. On the next page, although it says indoor basketball courts, which is pertaining to basketball in itself, 211 were very interested and 279 were somewhat interested, 24.7%. Outdoor fitness, I categorize that as would be basketball courts. 261 people of the survey were very interested, and 322 were somewhat interested. I think that what that says to me is that there is very much an interest in this town for outdoor spaces versus outdoor, maybe athletics, I would categorize it as. The next slide, there is a petition going on right now, Don't Pay the Glen. There's 623 residents that have signed this petition as of today. And there's
300 citizens that have signed it. 300 residents. There's 623 people.
Sorry, what did I say? Sorry,
That's okay.
sorry.
And it's built on faulty information. It shows a much larger area than it's here.
Well-
And it also states that it's going to be fixed, but we won't go into this. petition.
No, I
The person who wrote the petition,
there still is a petition.
it does.
Okay,
So the
so,
person who wrote the petition also has a vested interest
She
in
does.
preserving it because she is a tenant of the town and uses that space to run horses.
correct,
So,
but there still is a petition.
okay.
So, and just pointing it out that there is a petition, final decision. There are also yard signs that you'll see around the town, that's their state one. Some of the locations that we kind of went around, we took pictures of, obviously, high schools, first and foremost. Jeff even said it himself, you'd love to go there. I think that shows more of the divide between the school board and the council, more than anything else. How they cannot work together is beyond me. Why we can't come to a consensus. You have a space in the back that would need rehabbing, yes, but it's already a paved space. We're not taking out green space. If they're already looking to add more parking spaces at the high school, I can't see why we can't all work together and figure out why we can't put basketball courts at the high school. My next location, the middle school, already basketball courts, there too, already a paved location. Well, why can't we expand upon that? There's already plenty of parking at the middle school. I guess it is in the neighborhood, but I think the minimal effect on the neighborhood would be as drastic. My last location that we talked about is the Cogshell School. Hot button topic, we know. It's there. What are we doing with it? There is a playground behind the Cogshell School that probably needs to come down. It's overgrown, so metal slides. Why is it that we can't look into that location? And maybe this is the discussion to spur the movement to figure out what are we doing with that school? It's sitting there. I know it's been talked about many times over. I just think that may be a location and it may be the broader picture of with the whole master plan. Again, maybe that is a location that we could put a youth center with basketball, of course, located right at that location. We're trying to find the balance between preserving green space and also youth sports. We're just asking the town council for a compromise. That's it. We're not against youth basketball. I'll say it again. We are not against youth basketball. We think it's a great thing, but we just want to find the common ground that everybody can be happy and so we'll.
Okay, I just want to go back to we had a motion and a second.
I just want to come.
Action.
In terms of the ongoing maintenance, I think we're looking to state this, donating the course to the town. And then it's going to create a revenue source for recreation. Those tournaments come in, they're not doing it for free, they're paying a rental. Clinics come in, they'll pay a rental. Leagues come in, they're gonna pay a fee, most likely for recreation. So there should be a fund balance that can be put towards not only the maintenance of the courts, but other aspects of the
And that's typical of what occurs if the fields are rented out now for soccer camps, clinics, lacrosse camps and clinics. That model has proven to work. The rec department has control over it. And so I don't think what you're proposing is a reach. It's consistent with other sports programs that occur within the 70 sports complex. So I understand what that model is, and I think if I think when we first went down the road with our rec department, we had some reservations. We kind of hired a rec director full time, just on a whim. It's okay. We hired a part-time rec director on a whim, and then expanded it to a full-time position, and it's proven to work. And I think the rec department has done a good job of increasing their revenues. I think what we saw through the pandemic was there was a focus to get more outside activities. I think she did a great job of creating revenue down there. We lost revenue at the beach because the beach was closed, but I think some of the other activities it was an uptick. So obviously it's a balance. I think you said it was a balance. There's no guarantees about leagues coming in, but it's an opportunity. So I think, again, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity for a revenue stream if this were to go through. And I think the maintenance and those kind of things, come with the territory. And I think if it were to play out, there might be some costs that we're not thinking about right now. But again, let's just try to move this along tonight and see. There's a lot of people that want to talk, and I want to give everybody that opportunity. But we did have I don't think we're ever going to get to the topic, which is the current motion, which is to delay it, table it until March. I think the council should at least, I know some people get up to support delaying it until February or March, and I think some people get up and say, no, we're opposed to it. So I think right now the council should at least take action on that motion and see if we move any further with the discussion. I would like to, because we were still under the motion, I didn't get a chance to say anything. We were still under the discussion piece. There has been a lot of good discussion, and I know we're going through the process of a master plan. But I also do not want to lose sight of an opportunity that is being presented to the town. And this is an opportunity where a group is looking to generate their own funding mechanism to pay for improvements within the 70s sports field. With that being said, if we coordinate activities with the master plan, get a master plan approved, we still don't have a funding mechanism for any recommendations that come out of the master plan unless we go through the grant process. I'm not going out on a limb here when it comes to capital improvements. It takes a lot for us to put together capital improvement plans. We have a 5-year plan. To come up with $400,000 or $300,000 on a recommendation for basketball courts, I don't think it's going to make it to the top of the priority list of capital improvements, even if it's coming from a recommendation of master. So my caution would be that we have an opportunity here that I think should be evaluated and looked at as a compromise. This could jumpstart the rec department or the recreation master plan, because you have an opportunity to create a space and you've got a group that's willing to pay for it. That's a huge jumpstart, because if that became a wish list on a master plan, well, you're just now going to cross that off, because now you can, you're putting in your own capital to achieve a goal. So I don't want us to lose sight of this opportunity and take that into consideration. And I think, it could be worked into a master plan. And that's why I kind of asked the question about an alternate location within the plan. And my only thought was, could it shift a little bit, because there were comments about, well, could it go in the existing park? I don't know if it could or could. I don't see an issue with, personally, I don't see an issue with, this small amount of areas. It's less than about a third of an acre. 30,000 square. Yes, it's about 30,000 square feet. Within the overall complex of the Glen, it's not going to diminish our open space within the entire complex of the Glen. So, I understand it's important to preserve open space, but I also think we have you talk about a balance. recreation. It's the rec, I think we'd have a bigger problem if we're trying to put this somewhere outside of the rec complex, because I don't see where we could fit it. I really don't. And looking at other locations in town, 1 or 2 courts is probably not enough to establish a basketball league and generate potential revenue by renting out courts. It's very hard to maintain an oversight of those facilities. This being right next to the rec center does seem like if we were to do it, this would seem like a place to do it. It's just my point. So I'll leave it with that.
Just have a question. So you would walk away and not raise funds to do this if it was delayed till February 2nd?
I have to talk to our board. It's not my decision. We have a board that's giving me the authority to move forward with this now. We have to reconsider.
We have a motion and a second to delay and table this until the completion of the master plan. All those in favor?
Mr. Jukusa?
Aye.
Mr. Bernmeyer?
Yeah.
Mr. Hamilton?
Nay.
Mr. Kelly?
Nay.
Doug Bryant?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Nay. Bills. So we'll now to the rest of the hearing. Comments, butters, interested parties. Come on up. Well, I think you raise your hand first, sorry. Just name and address for a second.
My name is Janice Gordon. I live at 185 Glen Farm Road. I'm here because I sort of have the historic memory of the town's involvement with Glen Farm. When the town bought the property in 2005, the town council appointed a volunteer committee, and I was on that, and I was named chairman of the committee. And we worked for about a year on the land use plan for the whole property. And among our priorities were serving the most people of the town of Portsmouth as we could with different proposals. And the second priority was maintaining the aesthetic of the pastoral open space. When we made the recommendation to the town council to put the sports fields, the baseball fields, the Babe Ruth, the 2 soccer fields, and the other baseball field up in the southwest 30-some acres, we hit a hornet's nest of neighbors who didn't want amplified sports broadcasting from the Babe Ruth field. They thought it would be disruptive to their lives. And we reached a compromise with the developer of that Sandy Point neighborhood. And we were able to accommodate the neighbors, keep the amplification of the Babe Ruth field to a local wattage, and everybody's happy. And it's never been a problem since. One of my problems with the proposed, I certainly appreciate the work that's been done. One of my problems with the proposal for the basketball court is one of them is the permanency of paving. We, back in 2005, would have had, as a committee studying this farm and this land use, would have had a real problem with paving, making a permanent change to the land right in the middle of Glen Farm. My other problem with it is the lighting. This is a farmland that is in the middle of an area that is dark at night. It's lit by moonlight. People, in fact, do walk by moonlight and in the dusk, and in a lot in the early mornings too. But having these large telephone pole looking lights on a paved surface in the middle of a farm just seems wrong. And that's my primary objection. Thank you for your time.
Hi, everybody. My name is Anthony Tingley, 8 Columbia Terrace. Thank you for hearing us out on this. The biggest thing that, I guess, but first off, what I do is I run a sports training company in the town of Portland, right? So I work with a lot of youth athletes. The biggest thing that I missed on tonight is their opinion on it. PYB has done an exceptional job over the last decade. Their enrollment has been over 400 athletes annually each year. So Linda, that answers your question in terms of who would be using this. Jeff had alluded to it. Everyone who plays in PYB, right, has a family that would potentially go use those courts with them. When looking at the landscape of it, you know, the biggest kickback we've gotten from PYL, I work with a lot of lacrosse players too, right? We want everyone to be happy here. The biggest kickback we've gotten is that, okay, it's taking up some of their field space. In a perfect world, like we said, we don't care. As long as it's in a central location, everyone can be happy, right? It'd be easily run by the Parks and Rec department. Wendy's doing a good job over there. She's all on board with this, so it should work if we maybe move it, you know, a little bit to the right. Keith, we talked about it. I don't know if how much more construction, how much more construction that would require. But you know, we were looking at the percentages. Where grass fields, a couple parents reached out to me after I put the proposal out on social media. And they said, you know, hey, look, you're taking up 2 or 3 of our lacrosse fields. So I don't know what misinformation is out there. Approximately 1/12 of the open grass fields, we're looking at about 8.5%, maybe. Looking at 400 athletes each year, which that number is only growing, minus perhaps the fact of COVID over the last year. It's a pretty safe bet that the 8.5% of what would have been grass turned to courts will get properly used. I mean, those are kind of just some of the main points. You know, I see dozens of athletes each day, some local athletes in the town, right? And I have not heard a single one opposed to this. You know, I think it's from what we've talked about and established, it's something that PYB wants to do in terms of just raising the funds. And we've seen it in a couple of us have played in adult league tournaments, whether you want to call it tournaments, leagues, rec, whatever it is. Guys my age and girls, we have a plethora of like high division collegiate athletes who still want to competitively play. I know for a fact that they'll jump in these leagues, and that will then in turn raise money for the town. I know there's a million other points that we could have brought up or touched upon, but I just think one thing that needs to be accounted for is I know they're not old enough to vote, right? But what the youth thinks of this project. And as someone who grew up in this town and 5 other guys right there who did, we didn't really have places to play, right? They tried with the middle school, it came out all right. If you look, the hoops are tilted and you know, there's sand over it all the time, whatever it is. As for Redwood, if you saw that place, you would know that it can't be played on at all. And I think one of the points that we're getting to, whether we rebuild Island Park or rebuild Redwood, is it won't provide a community aspect. We will have one segregated court. I've driven to all of these courts over the last couple of weeks. Took in some of the pictures that you've seen. All it's going to do is good for one little neighborhood. So if your argument is that you want people to walk to the courts, you're then limiting it to one group of kids, right? Whereas at the Glen, right, people are going to have to drive regardless. Like Jeff said, most parents in this town are used to driving their kids. So, I mean, in my opinion and a couple other people's opinion, it just kind of seems like a perfect spot for everything to come together and easily manage. Thank you for your time. And that's all I have to say.
Eric Richard, 140 Gideon Lawton. I am the president of Portsmouth Youth Lacrosse. As far as the, I guess, differences in space and maybe misinformation that exists, that space right there constitutes 3 fields used by our 1-2 program, our first and second graders. They use it from March until June of each year. Boys and girls, boys on Tuesdays and Thursdays, girls on Mondays and Wednesdays, and then games on Fridays. The reason that that small space constitutes 3 fields is because they are half-size fields. So they're not full-size fields. The reason we line them down there is because that will not accommodate, obviously, a full-size field. So I would like to add that I think this is an amazing project. I think it's a worthy undertaking. And, you know, I would just ask that if we can adjust it, as President Aguiar had mentioned, to the parking lot to the east of that location. You know, I think that way we could basically help the most youth athletes, or just youth in general, to enjoy the space. So that's my take, and if we can move that, I'll be the first to write a check.
Hi, Julia Cole, 41 Sigourney Road. My question is, if you move that to the other side, we already have parking issue, even if it was where you're proposing, what do you intend to do about it? Where are people going to park? There's always congestion up there. What are you going to do? You're not out there?
Oh, yeah, it's right next to the lot.
There's plenty of
Yeah,
parking.
but when there are a lot of people up there, there is no place to go. Are you gonna be, you're gonna tell me like polo is playing, you're not gonna have tournaments, or when soccer and lacrosse is up there, you're not gonna be up there?
The league doesn't really run at the same time, so.
Okay, so will Wendy control that? Do you have a plan? Do you have a plan?
There's plenty of parking. It's not utilized properly. People park all over the place.
Okay.
But there's plenty of parking. You could also work with Polo to use the parking that they have. There's plenty of options.
You guys already made your decision.
There's 4 here.
Hi, again, I'm Pam Seaman, 71 Cornell Drive, and I am not a full-time resident. I did sign the Glen Farm petition, but I live here 5 months out of the year, and I pay Portsmouth real estate taxes and car taxes. And I live here mainly during the summer, and Glen Farm is right across the street from where I live, and I walk there almost every day. So it's near and dear to my heart. I am certainly not against basketball by any stretch of the means, but I am enamored with Glen Farms so far because they have grass-based sports. They've got lacrosse, they've got soccer, and they could have field hockey, they could have badminton, they could have croquet and cricket and speedball, all grass and football. And they're all grass-based sports. And I am a big proponent of doing as much as possible with this world to keep it green and keep it from getting more globally warm. And to me, putting in 4 basketball courts, and I couldn't, the fine print on the details of the plan was so tiny I couldn't read it. I don't know what the court floors will be made of, but I've got to believe they would generate more heat than grass. And we have very little land left on this island, and I think we should preserve it. So those are my thoughts. And by the way, to the right of, in the parking lot area in that adjacent field, I have noticed that's where the polo ponies get exercises during the week. There's one rider, and the rider takes 3 polo ponies and goes around and around that field, which is right by the little parking lot there. Just an FYI. Thank you.
Leslie Costa.
Yep. Hi, my name's Leslie Costa. I live at 39 Lilac Lane. And love basketball, but you know what? We need a master plan at 70 before something like this goes in, because it's hardscape, and and whether you say it or not, there's not enough parking. Yeah, you can park all the way down at the bottom of that field, but when all these elderly parents, grandparents come to see kids play, they can't park all the way down there. There has to be a master plan that has parking in different places. We have this tiny little parking at the top, and then we share baseball's lot, and they took away all the parking where the linden trees were. We need a master plan. The circulation needs to be better. The intersection is scary. So until there's something in place, we can't keep adding to this. I know it's 70 sports complex, but it's a park, and we play sports there. And it's also a beautiful place that people go and like enjoy nature and go for walks. So just saying, there has to be somewhere else, or a master plan, and find a better place for it. Thank you.
Russell Costa.
Yes, this is Russ Costa, 39 Lilac Lane. I just have a question for the council. We discussed several years ago some property on Sandy Point Lane. Has that been considered as another option? Because I agree with the previous speaker, which was my wife, and I think my experience coaching for Portsmouth Youth Soccer for years, when the practice nights when lacrosse and soccer are going at the same time, I'm amazed that we haven't had an issue since we fenced off the linden trees. It gets really congested and crazy with people going in and out, and I know people have to be responsible, but human nature, unfortunately, doesn't always allow for that. And I think adding more activity here without a plan is a mistake. I love basketball. I love what Jeff and Sean Casey have done with PYB, and I think it's a great idea to have more courts that we can run tournaments on. But really, this is about running tournaments, not necessarily just having courts for kids to play pickup, because we can address that issue with the other, or fixing the existing courts. But again, I support basketball, but I just think this is a bad location to be adding to without really thinking about it more significantly. Thank you. Oh, and can you answer my question?
Russell, to answer your question about the Triple S properties, which is the properties to the right of Sandy Point. The agreement we have with Whittingham Land Trust when we purchased the property is that it cannot be impervious surfaces. So it's designed specifically for the house and soccer. And that is in the capital improvement plan now to eventually get those created into fields.
I mean, at this point, we're heading in that direction that we're going to need it, because I think, if we keep adding more activity to a place that's not really designed for this level of activity, we're gonna have a lot of issues.
The long-term goal, Russ, is to add the fields and then be able to rest them and rotate them so that the lacrosse and the soccer fields are not getting used 24/7. They're getting circulated around so we can grow more grass and make better field.
Yeah, I mean, we have addressed, the condition of the soccer fields, and we've spent thousands of dollars the last, particularly 5 years, with chemicals and the things we struggle with, again, is that this is not really designed as a sports complex. I mean, we don't have an irrigation system. We don't really have much support from the town, other than using the land, which we appreciate. But, again, I just think I agree with the original counselor who basically, tried to push a motion to have a master plan in place before we make this decision. And I'm disappointed that the council didn't take up that opportunity. That's all I have. Thank you.
Rosemary Davidson.
Hi, everyone. It's Rosemary Davidson again, 175 Frank Coelho Drive. You all know that I am a proponent of open space, as I dedicated hours and hours and years to Glen Park. I'm also a huge fan of basketball, as Jeff knows, and I'm caught between a rock and a hard place here. I noticed that the school committee has asked for air conditioning inside the new gym. And to me, if that happened, $300,000 would probably pay the fees to use that gym in the summer. I know about Glen Park because I see the volleyball court, which was supposed to just be a small sand volleyball court. Well, it expands into the parking lot every time they have it, and 3 more courts get set up. And there's this and there's that, and people are trying to come down there to picnic and have lunch, and there's no space. There are camps there, which I think are great. My granddaughter works at one of them, but it's losing its flavor. And that land was purchased for open space for the enjoyment of all people and a pastoral type of situation. I've been to every one of those fields numerous times with 9 grandchildren. I have a hard time getting to lacrosse now because there's nowhere to park. So, I don't know. I realize they want 4 courts, and I'm sure it's more for tournaments than for day-to-day pickup basketball, AAU type things and the like. But perhaps there should be a master plan before all this is approved. I wish you all luck, but please, please, please don't lose sight of what this land was purchased for. It's beautiful. We don't want solar panels there, and we don't want anything that's going to take away from the scenic beauty. Thank you. And thank you for all that you all do.
Or comments, questions? Okay, quick question, Jeff.
So flipping at the other side of the wall, allow them to cross their space, you know, hopefully in the long run we'll have more space for the crossing side. I guess it's moving land. It may not be quite as cool as the other place, but 20,000 square feet, 30,000 square feet, 20,000. Okay, nobody parks over there at this point in time. It's probably-
President, I feel we're more comfortable making a decision on this issue. We could ask the school committee as to why their basketball courts / parking lot really cannot be used as basketball courts. Yes, it's like that to us.
They can be used as basketball.
Right.
But then you bring into a safety issue because the basketball courts become a part of the
I called because my kids went to the high school and there's ample parking. Sure, I guess. Parking.
Think they have more people are, there's more staff there too. It's a larger school now, there's more staff as well.
And I still want the buses still.
So I mean, it does sound like, there could be somewhat of a compromise. But I also think that, maybe there has to be some consideration for parking and how that also fits in. I mean, I still think that this is a good opportunity for both the EYB and the planning committee to work together and find a solution. It's still going to take time to do the fundraising. If it were to be approved, it would still take time. We know that the DOT is going to be making improvements on East Main Road, so that will improve access in and out of the facility. And I think a lot of it comes down to timing and sequencing of events. And I mean, I'm sure that the kids that are playing basketball are also the kids that are playing soccer, are also the kids that are playing lacrosse to some extent. So there's going to be some competing interests. I don't know the schedules. It sounds like, there might be some crunch times when an activity is going on, but that's something that I think can be worked out with scheduling, and it's up to our rec director to work with these, to schedule these functions. I'd like it to be a win-win for everyone and not just first. And so, yeah, that's where I stand. I think that this is an opportunity for us to work together. There's still time, nothing's set in stone, and there's a willingness to be flexible. It sounds like from PYD, if this would be approved, they're saying, listen, we can fit it in there, we're willing to fund it. And I think that can also go a long way with making some improvements down there within the complex. The parking problems have existed. They've existed for a long time. So I don't know how you're going to improve parking and not take up some of your green space. There's got to be ways that parking has to go in there in the long run. And if it's a master plan, I'm sure that there's going to be some recommended improvements and stuff like that within the field. So you can't, I don't want to limit things just because the master plan is done. I think things like this can be incorporated into the master plan. It's still an outdoor activity. It's not, in my opinion, wouldn't necessarily diminish market space. It's set down in a hill, so lighting is absolutely a concern. But I think with the technology and outdoor lighting, down lighting, it can really be limited where it's not going to be projectionable and spilling over and causing light pollution. I've been around long enough to know that there's technology out there that they can really limit that. And if the leagues are only going from 9 o'clock potentially, again, that's another thing that we have control over, is limiting the usage of these things so that they cannot become a nuisance right now. So again, I think there's opportunities here for us to all work together. I like the spirit of cooperation. I mean, the boss was here tonight, you know, you were kind of opposed, but if there's a way to compromise and you can move something around, that sounded more favorable. Paraphrasing, but I did hear you say that. So I appreciate that type of collaboration. I know that no matter what, there's going to be some folks that are going to be upset. Either way, at this point, so we understand this is not an easy decision, but that's where I stand. So
To address the parking concerns, we're in the middle of the process with Polo to renegotiate their contract. And there is a good 60, 70, 80 spaces just inside the upper section of Polo that can be utilized 6 days a week. Just can't be utilized when Polo is going on. And generally speaking, there aren't any lacrosse or soccer tournaments going on with Polo is going on, generally speaking. So there's plenty of ways to address parking issues. I do get that it's difficult for people to walk up the hill. The reason the fences went in is because the trees were done. And we were compacting the land down and the roots were getting compacted, the trees were done. So that's why that part was done. Hopefully the recreation park and public works can find out a way to limit spaces or have spaces for our senior citizens and grandparents who want to get up the hill. Nothing frustrated me more when you would drive through there and people would park on the John Linden Lane coming down because they didn't want to walk up the hill. And you would find 20, 30 cars parked underneath the trees on the lane. So, and then they would get tickets and I get a phone call. So, parking to be addressed. Open space. Only because Ms. Fujifusu was not putting down land trust. I believe I've helped conserve more open space in the town of Portsmouth than anybody. And I love open space. But this doesn't detract from open space. It's basketball courts that allow people to play outside. That's wider dimension. It's not in front of the video screen. Fortunately, our kids spent the last 2 years in front of video screens going to school. Time to get them back outside and get playing.
I'll just say that I hope you all appreciate the right balance. I think that we should act on facts and not opinions. And analyses done by impartial people who we hired to do these. And I'm not seeing that the rest of the council, the majority agrees that we should be getting an impartial analysis, acting on those facts. And so I would tend to notice the MOU for that reason. Also, I think we could raise money without having to. So I'm sorry. I feel like I'm opposed to, I hope you don't think that I'm but I have to balance the other interests of folks. Still, the bias factor.
If it goes on the other side of the wall, you will see. Mr. President, seeing that there's no more comments or questions, I would like to make a motion to enter the MOU to work with BYBs for basketball courts on the east side of the stone wall and the lower section of rather than the
still have the opportunity to make sure that that's not causing environmental harm. How would we,
What environmental harm?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's gonna be engineered to protect against drainage.
Yes, they would have to address the
Did you look at the MOU and the proposal with the drainage?
Didn't look at it, but I know it was geared around the specific proposal that they were submitting. They already have an engineering study, and I'm just wondering that if they're going to do it, it needs to be in the MOU, that wherever they put it, it will not. Yeah, that they will prove to us that it has not only. So I would then get the MOU to include that. Say it.
So again, it's sort of stuff. It's gonna have to be amended because it's not a single location. It's gonna have to be amended to coincide with the motion of the location change. All right, so I will make my motion to enter into the MOU and amend the MOU to change the location to the east side parking lot area, parking area. And to request that all engineering studies and environmental studies be done before the airport.
Second that. All those in favor?
Mr. Jukusa? Nay. Mr. Buttermeyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Keller?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguilar?
Aye. Motion passes. All set, folks. On to our next item.
We don't have a meeting in September. We don't have a meeting in September, so we get your stuff done.
I'm okay with it. Not for consensus. Okay,
It's not 12:45.
the, business, the, 7:15.
I place this on the agenda for tonight's meeting because as we're endeavoring into this master plan for recreation, I feel as though the recreation committee will be vital. Not one of those members is from a neighborhood that currently hosts a neighborhood playground. And I believe that we need more broad representation of our system. I move and expand the Parks and Recreation Committee from 7 to 15.
Okay. Yes, we still there for state. Well, if you go with Mr. Kelly's thought process, the three places you have three places that have playground areas. Now, Park, Complex Point, and Turf.
Turnpike, well, Turnpike,
So that's at least four.
Right, but larger committees generally have part of the so.
our charter review committees have never had really a hard
Right, but
time
it was not
with consensus.
During World War II, the OSS manual was how to sabotage civilian endeavors was to increase the size of committees and make them less efficient. It's been observed in numerous corporate research that larger committees have harder time reaching consensus.
Haven't seen that in our town committees.
And
That Manor House Authority charter was fine.
I just said
They get noticed quickly.
I did some Googling, and virtually every analysis that's ever been done says that a productive, successful group is 5 to 8 workers. Because in larger groups, there's not enough time for everyone to participate in the conversation. There's the rich back and forth debate is replaced by shallow comments, information sharing and catch-ups distract from addressing higher priority issues. People become more guarded and less candid, and tough topics and decisions are not put on the agenda and are dealt with offline. As a result, people lose respect for the meeting, which leads to less participation and action, and it can become a vicious cycle. So I would say that casual observations are not as powerful, I think, as our group is represented right here, so perhaps you'd like to speak to it.
Okay. Back again, David Fiorillo, 45 Hamilton, Portsmouth. Well, this is on a left field, Andrew. If this was a concern that you have with our committee, first and foremost, I think what you should have done was come to our committee and explain to us your concerns. Second of all, we've been a committee for almost 3 years, and where do you live? Island Park. I can tell you on one hand how many residents have come to our meetings, which we hold every single month. This many. So if there was such a concern of your constituents that they wanted to be part of our committee, they should do so by coming to a meeting or join any one of our Zoom meetings. As Linda said, I have, from the Wharton School, anything over 8 or 9 is just a mess. I can leave it here with you. If they feel, if there are people in this town that feel like they want to be on a committee, the Dog Park has open seats on their committee. Melville has open seating on their committee. Please direct them to any one of theirs.
Both of those committees have unlimited membership.
Okay. And also in our bylaws, as I have here, our bylaws state that we have a committee of 7. So, section 1, article 2, section 1 says the Parks and Recreation Committee shall consist of 7 residents in the town of Portsmouth. Town council shall appoint 7 members, which you have. If anyone wanted to join, there's an open application. So my stance is I think 7's enough. We have a hard time getting everybody together now. Increasing it to the proposed 15 is mind-blowing to me. So I think our committee is doing a pretty good job with 7 as it is, and I feel there's no need to increase it. Thank you. And feel free to join the meeting.
Concrete, 110 Zero Drive. And by the way, I went to the groups. And a member of the Harbor Commission, past chair, who had 12 members. Never a problem, absolutely never. We actually make an effort to have different types of people. Property owners, marina owners, ecology people. We have a maritime lawyer. All of those types of people we make an effort to get on. The way we do that is we don't advertise unless we have less than 9 people. Look for positions that have people that have a lot of expertise. When we get to 12, we stop. It works, and I think it's I have absolutely no knowledge of why we want a group of smaller rather than larger numbers in more income. The other thing is, I think Andrew probably remembers, there was a fairly large fight about how large this committee should be when it was set up. And that committee, or at that time, the committee was set up with a small number saying we were going to get a larger number later on. And I remember Ms. Fuchsia saying that specifically during that time, and I can find it on the video if you would like.
Yeah, the people, I'm sure, do a fine job, but why wouldn't they want? This is the very same thing that happened at Worcester. Why wouldn't they want more people, more input?
Was there a comment? It's on screen flash, I didn't know if it was.
You mentioned the, goes, Alyssa, the same thing. For a lot of good comment. Yes, on the last section.
Discussion.
Jennifer Williams, 468 Water Street. So I actually live very close to Island Park, spend a lot of time down there. So I just have a question. If you're going to increase the number of people that are on the Parks and Rec Committee, which I serve on, and we spend a lot of time in our meetings discussing things in ways to try and help Wendy. And yet I feel like a lot of the work that we do, you all don't take into account. And so it's kind of frustrating. And now you're wanting to enlarge the committee, and I'm not opposed to enlarging the committee, but is that what's going to make you guys actually take note and listen to our recommendations? Because I agree. I don't. We've been working for 3 years, and we've been working on like a master plan. We've been working with Daniela, who unfortunately isn't here. And Michael, you came by Zoom to some of our meetings, but I honestly don't feel like you're listening to some of the input we're giving you. It's frustrating.
President, I do want to note that the committee has done a lot of work. I recognize that. Also, they came up with the rec deck online registration. I know that they did the initial research and helped us get that in place. And they also came up with amazing rules for the Glen Farm rental and usage. So I do want to publicly.
I guess to that last comment, what recommendations do you think we're not listening to or not hearing? I mean, if there's been recommendations for rec deck and things like that that have made improvements, you're making recommendations to help Wendy.
Yes.
So if this might be new, I'm not aware. Like, yeah. What have you proposed that? Because I'm not aware. I'm just
no. Well,
putting it out.
Wendy brings lots of things to our committee as oh, you're kind of putting me on the spot, but for specifics, communication between her and the other sports organizations. So there's things like that come up. There's definitely. I can't think of things off the top
and
of
I'm
my
not trying.
head.
I don't mean to put you on the spot. I guess my point would be that as a committee, feel that there's something that you need to bring to our attention. You can have that put.
Well, that's what isn't that what the council liaison is for? No, I mean to come to the meetings.
No. When a committee has an idea that they want to put forth, they should come to the council and say, hey, this is what we want to do.
Well, Dave just gave you some of our thoughts on, for example, the basketball court.
So I'm going to push back just a little bit. Because I've had a committee for 3 years, and this is the first time the recreation committee has been back.
Saying that
I
they were not
understand.
consulted about this basketball.
That,
so
exactly, that's, I guess my point.
That's kind of an interesting
So
situation.
that is something that we can bring up with the recreation department. Because part of your motion was, I believe, to have them work with the recreation.
Yes,
But
and
I was on the meeting when it was first put on in the recreation department. But because of the nature of Zoom, you guys didn't realize I was there and didn't know how to pull anybody in. I don't know who else was listening. But I think there were plenty of opportunities where you could come back to say, hey, we want input. Like I said, this is the first time the committee has come in front of the council with questions.
well, this has been one of the few things that has actually, that the council has actually put forward to be voted on that affects the Parks and Rec.
In July, I put on an infrastructure bond that failed miserably, didn't get second, that actually addressed recreational facilities throughout the whole town of Portsmouth.
But did you tell the committee? Did you run it by the committee? So I guess basically we're called for not acknowledging that they exist.
Right, I kind of, it's just, I feel like there's a disconnect and I'm not really sure why.
I don't think there's a just.
I think it stems from the fact that before the Parks and Rec director came on board, that the tradition in Portsmouth is that the individual supports the way they wanted to, and they're not used to having, and in fact, probably would oppose having a Parks and Rec director, because they wanted to maintain
And I would say that, to your point, that's one of the things that Wendy feels as though she needs us. Right.
Okay, so to Andrew's, I guess to Andrew's point of raising the number of people, we can have a second on that either. The recreation committee, when it was formed, didn't put any of those people on there. So there are no members of lacrosse, or football, or baseball, or soccer on the committee. Now, you all have children who want to, actually, Jenny does. But the makeup of the committee was put together, could have been more diverse.
But didn't you all vote on who was on?
Yes.
Yeah, David here, I look forward by Portsmouth. You were the ones that voted us on the committee. So as far as with Andrew's point, what I was saying before was, if people are interested in this league, there's applications out there for our next voting process. That's stemming from that point. Going back to what Jenny said is, I think that there's, I didn't hear anything about Jeff's proposal. Now, my fault for not checking the agenda every month, but I did not hear that Jeff proposed this until about a month and a half after when Wendy said it during one of our meetings. So there seems to be this disconnect between what happens here to what our committee should be doing, and Parks and Rec director, which is Wendy. And in one of our last meetings, I came up with a flow chart of how information that pertaining to the town that I feel should happen, should flow. And, that's something I present to you guys, but we shared it amongst our group because there just is this feeling that things get put up on here, such like a bill for Parks and Rec that I know nothing about. And again, we meet every month. If this was a concern or this is something that you bring forward, any one of you, my email's on the enigma of the Portsmouth website, but it's on there. And Wendy has my email address, Rich has my email, we correspond to any one of you can come and send an email to me to put something on our agenda, and I'd be more than happy. But it doesn't happen, and then things like this, where I'm not thrilled about the motion tonight about basketball, but we were trying to find that compromise, but this was never brought to us from the get-go. Where I think if we could have sat down with Jeff and Wendy and maybe the town council liaison, maybe we could have worked together and maybe, and I don't have hard feelings, but maybe not have such animosity.
And I respect your comments, and I honestly thought the way this came about with the presentation, and it was unanimous. You don't have the exact minutes, okay? So if I say something wrong, someone please correct me. But when we voted on this, it was 7-0 to move forward with it. Actually, one of the counselors who I thought was very engaged with the master planning process actually was adamant about the condition of our basketball courts and felt that Mr. Spider shouldn't raise the money, that we should be paying for it as a town. What's that?
I said that would.
Okay, but so what I'm getting at is, and I don't want to speak for Ms. Abbott, but Ms. Abbott was very passionate that
Yeah, no, she is.
about. So I just assumed that there was, again, I assumed that there was dialogue, because we also, the motion was to work with the Parks Department, the Parks and Recs Committee, knowing that the master plan was going to be in progress, to try to work this in. So there was nothing that was being done behind closed doors. It was out there, and we put it out there, and we said, please go back, develop plans, develop an MOU, so that we understood what your proposal was. So I think we all made assumptions that things were being done, they clearly were not being done, and now there's animosity and.
Not animosity.
I got a lot of emails, there's some animosity there, and I think it's an opportunity for us to identify. We have an opportunity to work together. We know that there's some issues. Maybe we should be looking hard at if this can work in, and we correct and identify opportunities to improve the parking. Because if parking is a big concern in traffic circulation, it's not just because of basketball, it already exists.
Oh, yeah.
So again, we haven't heard any recommendations to address parking or traffic circulation prior to this.
But beyond that, you haven't heard any complaints about it. Nobody's come and said, hey, we need to do something about parking down at the clinic.
Mr. President, since the issue with it is.
Yeah.
I would just recommend that because there have been so many saying, try to work on ironing out.
In a nutshell, that was gonna be what I'm asking for is, to not muddy the waters any more than I think they already are, but I would recommend that we just, our committee health.
Perhaps people who are interested in serving our committee start attending meetings, that they're constructive and that they're willing to the process. You can bring this issue up.
Yeah, and, we are an open meeting, just like town council is, and, there are some times where I come here and I'm one of the only ones. I want us to COVID, but there have been times where I've come here and there's only 3 or 4 people sitting in the audience. We have open meetings and nobody really attends. So if there's that much of a demand to have input, come to one of our meetings.
And this is not to you, this is a general statement that we have to do a better job of getting the word out that meetings are happening. Not just your committee. All committees.
I think in general, yes, I think people don't always know when they're meetings out. And I apologize, I miss some meetings. We've all done it.
It's not you, it's across the board committees. I mean, people are engaged when there's certain issues going on. Yes, if you involve sports and dogs, I'm in pros. But when you talk about repaving roads that cost millions and millions of dollars.
I know. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'd like to support Mr. Kelly's motion that I suggested, Ryan suggested, I think had a couple of people to the Recreation Committee. Would be helpful to. And whether it's from the youth sports community or from somebody from the parks area, I don't know.
chairman, I'd like to honor the chairman's request.
So I will, guess I'll move that we increase the number to 9. Hopefully somebody can find it.
I'll second that. And because I'd like to see the recreation committee morph a little bit more. You mentioned a couple of committees, the Melville Park Committee, and the Glen Park Committee. So yes, kind of taking on that responsibility. Okay. So, but maybe there should be subcommittees for those areas. And it would be having 9 people fill out. But this needs stuff to get. I did second, yes. Okay, so we have a motion. Second.
All those in favor?
Mr.
Nay.
Mr. Buttermeyer?
Nay.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Nay.
Mr. Aguilar?
So
Stays
stays the same.
Mr. President, I'd also like to request, well, it's, doesn't have to be on the agenda because it's not a agendable motion, but I'd like you to appoint me as a third liaison to the Parks.
Yeah,
It doesn't have to be.
What is?
All right, you can do that later.
You don't have to be a liaison. You can go.
I will. Yeah. If I know when they
I said
are.
it.
If I know when they are. I'll-
Tuesdays at 5? Or Wednesdays at 5?
Thursday.
Thursday.
I can't remember. I think days at the restaurant.
I'm usually here.
Third Thursday?
Thursday.
President should be moving Brian, but it has to be.
So you want to skip and go to number 4?
No, you don't want to be involved in the, so.
Let's go to number 3. Request approval of close.
Number 2.
Sorry, I was skipping in. Item number 2 is the rehabilitation of 2 town basketball courts at Allen Park Playground. Frank Carlson Memorial Playground, not to exceed $65,000.
But it would be paid out of our capital, unencumbered capital.
Which is what?
Yeah, this is Parks and Rec, the committee right there, the master plan. Folks who wait for the-
Heard
Funds for Parks.
heard everybody in the world say tonight that we fix our plan.
That's what we are, it's a committee here that's supposed to help us.
Heard them say it too. So I move for that we approve the complete rehabilitation of town basketball courts, Island Park Playground, and Redwood Farms Frank Carson Memorial Playground, not to exceed $65,000 paid for out of our unencumbered capital improvement contingency.
Nice. Still would like to know, explain what you're talking about. Yes. About repaving.
Oh, so it's in consultation with, I talked to Brian Woodhead, but, let me get that. So the Island Park Playground is for new apparatus and for seal coating. Is he there?
Yep.
Brian? Okay. And then the Redwood Farms Playground is for new apparatus and new the comparative analysis, repair cracks, squeeze 1 coat of sand filled, resurfacer 2 coats of sand filled paint over the playing surface, 2 coats of sand filled paint outside the playing area and straighten basketball.
So my concern with number 2, I think we're going to repaint, we're going to fill all the cracks and paint it or whatever. I want to read it.
No, I think I added the 14,000 for the new apparatus.
That makes it to 65.
Yes. Yep, exactly. That's for the new apparatus. 14.
Why don't we do one, see how it goes, and see if it gets used. Which one is, which one do you think we get used to?
Island Park.
I would oppose this motion for the same reason I opposed the basketball MOU. We just need to stop making these random spends. And this one doesn't even have the opportunity to just think about the other one.
I mean, and the opportunity is, the other one is an opportunity that they're willing to provide funding. Do we want to, I mean, we have existing courts, existing facilities, playgrounds in town that are currently in demise and need help. I gotta believe, even in the master plan, there's recommendations to upgrade and improve things. So do we want to wait until February or March to hear that there's a recommendation, do this, and then try to fund it for next year?
Well, the money's going to be there in March.
Right.
The work's not going to get done until March. So I don't think Brian's going to get a contract out and get it done. There's really no sense doing it. We can wait till March.
And we'll see at that time where the amount fits in with the global budget for Parks and Rec.
Well, it's coming out of the contingency fund.
Yeah, but where we want to start.
So would the motion be to apply up to 65,000 towards,
That's,
we can towards the improvements to these locations?
we can earmark it out of that account, make the line item, but not include it to be done until later. But I think just, we can leave it there and bring it back up in March. Let Brian go off for RFP once the plan stuff.
Well, it gives starter money to the potential improvements in the national. I mean, if we have facilities that are in need of repair.
For me, in Redwood Park, I think there are other activities that can be done down there other than basketball that would attract more kids. I don't have doubts up there. That's like to see the demographics. The problem with the basketball down there is just the list of arts, folks there. So $65,000 towards the improvements. It's a question really for Mr. Kelly, because right now his motion is to. I think we just, even the back of our head, that these projects are there, and we don't spend that money. And revisit this, right?
Parks and Recreation.
Yes.
Three times the term, native hero of 45 Hamilton. We just discussing this because again, this is the first time we saw this on the agenda. As we have said in our statement, that we do think that the courts, the existing courts in the town do need to be rehabbed. I would just consulting with my committee there. We would be in favor of rehabbing the courts, but I do think we're waiting until February for a master plan and construction wouldn't get done until March. Anyway, and is the $65,000 going to a new court, or are we just putting a Band-Aid on something that's really rough shape?
The Island Park playground, essentially, it rehabs it because I've been advised by Director of Public Works that the pitch is good, the concrete's good, it needs to be seal coated, new apparatus installed. The Redwood Farms is essentially a total.
That's a total rebuild. I've been there. I mean, I'm.
Yeah, it's effectively a total.
Yeah, totally. Okay. I kind of like what Ken said was, maybe do we even need basketball courts on it, utilize that somewhere else, and I think that goes hand in hand with the master plan. Because maybe we might be able to see what else this town needs and think about what would go down there other than the rest of the basketball.
That could be a good location for the. Oh, I got a winter line. I mean, I'm telling you, 3 years ago, we did grants and we lost out the pickleball courts all over the state.
Yeah.
That's true. So, it hasn't, and people want pickleball. And that might be a perfect spot for it, as it's a low impact. I would make
Wait,
a motion,
Brian-
I would make a motion, we table this until the master plan.
Sounds good.
Second.
I wanted to ask Brian Woodhead if he was, because he's the one that had all the estimates for the Allen Park playground, so I wanted to see what his timeline was looking like.
Council President, members of the council, to answer Mr. Andrews' question, the Island Park Playground, the basketball courts, we do have that scheduled in our capital improvement on the playgrounds in our parks for the $146,000 when we do the 2 to 5 year olds and the 5 to 12-year-old playground sets. So I do already have the basketball hoops to be installed, but I do not have any of the surfacing to be done. I mean, we can hold off maybe till next year to maybe seal coat it and line stripe it if you'd like. But right now I do have new backboards and offset posts to be installed in the Island Park Playground. So
That's ready to play.
No.
How much, Brian, how much to seal coat and stripe it?
striping's like $1,100 and seal coating, that was not as bad. It does have a few cracks in it. I would have to get an estimate. I don't want to speak I don't want to give you a number that it might be too low or maybe too high on. I would say it's a smaller court. It's only, Island Park is only 75 by 39, so it's not that big of a court. Estimate, I would say maybe 15, 20,000 to maybe if you want to sand seal it and fix all the cracks.
Yeah, but that's, if he's already replaced the hoops, it's part of another budget. Part of his original budget.
Okay, so
Just trial.
I'll just withdraw my agenda and mix it that on our part.
Yeah, all for it.
And Council President, members of the council, I'll get estimates for you for in the spring after we get that report back, so we have a concrete number moving forward for both playgrounds, both basketball courts.
Just for housekeeping purposes, I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay. So nothing's gonna happen. We're gonna have it'll be September 13th meeting, and it'll be to address the Island Park, which already had scheduled capital improvements. Number 3. Request approval.
Yeah, I'll take this one, this last we had to, what we're asking for is to close the inactive wind turbine generator enterprise fund. Look in the financial statements for enterprise funds for years now, I believe at least 10 or 11 years. We have carried this enterprise fund. It's a due to the general fund from the enterprise fund based on revenue that was anticipated under the old turbine. The old turbine broke. It was out of service for a number of years, and then of course that was paid off by WED, and a new turbine was replaced, and we have a contract with development. So the proposal would be that we would close this enterprise fund, and then that due to would be paid off with proceeds or with the anticipated surplus from last fiscal year. So we will do that effective June 30th. The reason why you do that effective June 30th is because once, July 1st, all that money gets swept into the fund balance. So you 30th, we pay off that enterprise fund. Then on June 1st, you have the surplus, 50% of which will go into the warrant fund, the 12-13 one. Then we would close that out. It's money that we owe ourselves, but this is the way to clean up the books. It's been very sloppy to keep it there. Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. After I heard where this money went.
In essence, it's anticipated revenue that was going to be turned over from the enterprise fund, money that we were going to make. That was the operational model for the old turf. But up the budget, you have anticipated revenues, you have, and then your expenditures. So that money was spread out through the budget, the expenditure budget. It was spent on staples, tires, salaries, benefits, whatever. But that money would never came in as revenue.
But it was anticipated revenue that didn't show what that adjusted.
And I wish Lisa were here to explain it better, but it was carried as a due to from the enterprise fund. So the enterprise fund carries that as something that it owes the town. The town spent that money. It's an IOU, essentially. We spent that money years ago, 10, 11 years ago, and it's always been carried in the financial statement. So it needs to be closed
I
out.
understand, so it's carried. Trying to figure out where the heck the money went. In other words, you're just telling me it was spent on miscellaneous.
Well, that's the way it works. I mean, if you have revenue that you're anticipating, that revenue gets spread out. It's not like you said. Carry revenue in your revenue section of your budget. That money is funding your expenditures on the other side of the budget, chest balance.
Great. Anyways, the second point I would make is we shouldn't be backdating stuff. The budget's already closed.
The budget is not been closed. The budget, obviously the books are closed, but you have until the end of August to close them. So all the financial statements are already being prepared. So you're really not backdating, you're just making it effective June 30th.
What I object to is, I think this should be a withdrawal fund balance of formal vote by the council. As council to vote on this. I'd like these things done more straightforward so that we can see that the money has gone into the fund balance it's supposed to as of January, June 30th. Then if we're going to reallocate it, and we need to pull it out of it.
The reason why we're proposing it this way is because the amount, $387,418, will come out of the anticipated surplus. You already have a motion that you passed months ago that 50% of any surplus goes into the warrant, the 12-13 warrant. If you wait and do this when it's just in the fund balance, now you're going to take 50% of the surplus the last fiscal year. There won't be. I anticipate there may not be $387,000 to clean this up. So that's why she's proposing this. Does that make sense? So now you're going to have 50%. The surplus will be less $387,418, whatever that amount's going to be. You take 50% of that, put that in a 12-13 warrant, then whatever's left over goes into it.
Request to close the enactment turbine generators trust fund effective June 30th, 2021.
Second.
All those in favor?
Mr. Jukusa? Aye. Mr. Budmeyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguirre?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. On to number 4, it's request to award town hall renovation contract. Mr. Woodhead.
Council President, members of the council, in this year's CIP was a town hall chambers AV system upgrade. and with and we had guidance from the Department of Business Regulations and also the state of Rhode Island Department of Administration. And in their guidance, they requested us to get 3 quotes, and we received 3 quotes. E+ accounts, ATAC systems, and custom computer specialty. And after reviewing the quotes and with the recommendation of the school department IT department, we would respectfully request that the town hall AV upgrade be awarded to ATAC systems under the state of Rhode Island Master Price Agreement 416. We didn't go with the lowest bid, A+ account, because their bid didn't include all the necessary components to allow for live streaming of the meetings and no cameras or audio input. So that's why we were going with ATEC, because they provided a more turnkey solution that will allow us to use our current Zoom software that we are using right now for the meetings. So we just request that you approve this request. And then also, we'd like to add in a 1-year maintenance agreement to ATEC for the sum of $6,750 for a total of $91,687.67.
Long overdue upgrades of these microphones.
If you're sitting back where I am, Mr. Hamilton, I agree with you 100%.
All those in favor?
Mr. Jukusa?
Aye.
Mr. Buttermeyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguilar?
Aye. Passes 6-0. Okay, it's the request to award the Sandy Point bathhouse renovations contract. Mr. Wood,
Okay, I'll keep this kind of short too. The town advertised for the Sandy Point Beach bathhouse renovations on July 13th. We had 12 companies attend the pre-bid, and out of the 12 companies, 7 submitted the bids that I have on my letter. Nationwide Construction was the lowest qualified bidder, and I respectfully request that Sandy Point Beach bathhouse renovation be awarded to Nationwide Construction Corp.
all those in favor?
Mr. Jukusa?
Aye.
Mr. Buttermeyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly? Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguilar?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0.
Thank you.
Receive, place on file.
All those in favor?
Mr. Jukusa?
Aye.
Mr. Buttermeyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Aye.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguilar?
Aye. Motion passes 6-0. Future meetings, September 13th at 7 p.m. will be our next meeting, followed by our September 18th meeting, which is Prudence Island Saturday meeting over there. And then September 27th, back here at Council Chambers, and October 12th, which is a Tuesday.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
All those in favor?
Mr. Jukusa? Aye. Mr. Buttermeyer?
Aye.
Mr. Hamilton?
Aye.
Mr. Kelly?
Yay. Just wanted to get to midnight.
Somebody throw something.
I mean, we're already here.
Dr. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Aguilar?
Aye. Motion passes.
Somebody who's making it
12:45.
12:45, but like, you don't want to do that.
Okay, thank you all.
You want to set your water bottles across the
We will see you on the 13th.
We haven't had a meeting since May.
You don't want to.
We don't want to.
Well, you want to pass it on. You're gonna get up at 5. Yeah, 30.
Yeah, I gotta be at work at 5:30 in the morning.